The internet is a story about community and connection. A global space where we share our knowledge, our joys, and our lives. A space to receive news, services, and perspectives. The internet is where we connect. This is where ideas are shared, business is conducted, memories are preserved, and identities are shaped. A community open to all of us, to build, to form, and to protect. We are all connected. We are the internet. Let's shape our future together. We welcome you to the Internet Governance Forum 2025 in Norway.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It is my honor to welcome you to this session on behalf of UNICEF. My name is Sunita Grota. I lead the UNICEF Ventures team, where we explore how openly built emerging technologies can accelerate results for children. I'm joined for this session by my co-moderator online, Josiane Gallia Brown from our Child Rights and Business function at UNICEF. We have prepared for you today a two-segment open forum. The first one will look at and bring together diverse perspectives on the unique role that different stakeholders can play in creating a safe online environment for children. In the second segment, we'll be looking specifically at how to close equity divides that we still find in the online world and in the design and implementation of digital solutions. We're going to be focusing particularly on the gender divide and looking at how to design and implement solutions for women and girls. For the first segment, I'm going to hand over to Josie, who will take us through that discussion online now. Excuse us while we try and sort out the technology. Here we go. That looks promising. Josie, can you?
Hi.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Okay, fantastic. So over to you for the first segment, please.
Thank you so much. Forgive the technical issues. It's great to be live now. And it's great to see everybody in the room. Thank you, Sunita, for setting the scene. Let's get started with the first part of this open forum. As has already been introduced, the first part of our forum today will focus on one key question, which is how can different stakeholders from across sectors play their part in delivering a digital world that works for children, one that keeps them safe, respects their rights, and positively supports their well-being. This task represents one of the defining challenges of our times, as we know, with countries around the world grappling with some critical questions like how will digital technologies, including generative AI, impact children's lives positively, negatively now and in the future? Or what is the right age for children to participate in online platforms? or what emerging risks and dangers await children as they explore new digital environments. These worries about what happens online speak to real-world harms and challenges experienced by children today that demand urgent action. Research published by UNICEF Innocenti earlier this month found that children who experience online sexual abuse or exploitation and online bullying have significantly higher levels of anxiety, more suicidal thoughts and behaviors, and are more likely to self-harm. So these are real-world challenges. Having said all that, meaningful access, as we'll hear more about later, are often times a critical lifeline to opportunities. So our task is to protect and empower children as active participants and pioneers of the digital world, as opposed to protecting them from the digital world. So with that, I'm delighted today to be joined by 4 distinguished speakers to help us understand and explore these issues. Our panelists will take us on a tour around the world, from China to South Africa to Norway and the Netherlands, to see also different perspectives representing distinct stakeholder groups, from regulators to investors to brands and beyond, and explore how these issues are being addressed in different contexts. We have limited time, so we'll do our best to engage. We will ask you to put questions or comments in the Zoom chat only if you'd like to engage with us, and we'll do our best to either address them at the end of this part 1 or follow up with you later. So with that, let me turn to our first distinguished speaker, Ms. Zhao, Associate Professor and Secretary General of China Federation of Internet Societies, which is a body that convenes the industry under the leadership of the government. Ms. Zhao graduated with a PhD degree of political science and theory from School of Government at Peking University, and she has many years of public management experience in the field of education and a great deal of international experience as well. Ms. Zhao, thank you for joining us today.
Hello.
With the world's largest population of child internet users and a rapidly growing digital ecosystem, we'd love to hear from you. What measures is China putting in place to guide its internet industry to respect children's rights in the digital age? Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a great honor to address this forum. The China Federation of Social Societies started in May 2018. We are honored to hold special consultative status with the UN ECOSOC. Currently, we have 528 members, including major internet corporations like Tencent, Baidu, and Alibaba. Our goal is to promote the development of the digital economy and the informatics, carry out online public welfare initiatives, and maintain order within the internet industry. China has the world's largest population of child internet users. We have made sustained efforts in protecting minors online. First, strengthening legal safeguards. In 2020, Law of the People's Republic of China on Protection of Minors introduced a dedicated online protection chapter. In 2021, the Personal Information Protection Law further specifies special protections for children's personal data. In 2024, the regulations on the protection of minors in cyberspace addresses critical issues such as cyberbullying, data breaches, and internet addiction. Complementary regulations like the provisions on the cyber protection of children's personal information and the interim measures for the management of generative artificial intelligence services have been enacted under the guidance of the Cyberspace Administration of China. Second, enhancing government oversight. The CAC conducts annual campaigns to regulate minors' online environments, particularly during summer breaks, urging platforms to standardize youth-focused communities. Leading internet companies have improved minor mode functions, established rapid reporting mechanisms, adopted restrictive measures against cyberbullying. Collaborative efforts among public security, market regulation, and culture and tourism target game accounting trading and anti-addiction system circumvention. Third, mobilizing social forces. The CFIS has established a professional committee on minors' online protection and launched the Support Public Welfare Initiative, protecting the rights and interests of minors. The online security and digital literacy courses we produced have received over 10 million views. Compiled and published the Minors Online Protection Annual Report 2024, promoted the preparation of national standards such as guidelines for the safety of AI technology involving minors, enhancing the protection of children's rights through industry self-discipline. Fourth, deepening international cooperation. China has learned from international best practices and shared with the world the results of its experience. CFIS partners with the UNICEF China in 2024 to launch the Safety by Design corporate case collection activity. The selected cases will introduce China's progress to global internet companies. Distinguished guests, building an inclusive digital future that respects children's rights is our shared responsibility. In September this year, we will hold the International Conference on the Child Online Protection in China. We sincerely invite all of you to come to China at that time to share and discuss practical experiences and the future prospects of China's online protection with us. Let us collaborate to create a safe, empowering online environment. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhao, for so clearly and succinctly outlining also the importance of crafting strategies across a range of different levers and building blocks, the role of building digital literacy skills, the role of lawmakers, and the importance of knowledge exchange and also cooperation. Really appreciate that intervention. Now let's move from China to South Africa, turning to our second speaker to bring the perspective of a national regulator for online services. I'm very delighted to introduce Advocate Lindhorst joining us online, who's an executive responsible for research, regulatory development, registration and licensing compliance and enforcement at South Africa's Film and Publication Board. She has more than 10 years experience in regulatory policy, legal, compliance, and enforcement. Welcome to you, Advocate Lindhorst. The South African Film and Publication Board has taken a proactive stance on child online safety through regulatory frameworks, public education, and community outreach. In your efforts to protect children in digital spaces, how do you navigate the balance between driving systemic accountability among digital platforms equipping users, especially children and caregivers, with digital literacy, and ensuring accessible mechanisms for redress when harm occurs. So, very easy question for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having us. So as the Film and Publication Board, we are an online safety regulator that is really responsible for ensuring that South Africans are protected from online harms. So as a regulator, we have regulatory frameworks that we have. So streamers of films, games, and certain publications are required to register with us as the Film and Publication Board. So that gives us an opportunity to ensure that we are able to have the checks and balances, but through the law, we are able to ensure that the measures that they have ensures that there's online safety for children. But more importantly, when it comes to social media platforms, as a regulator, we ensure that where there is a prohibited content, harmful content that is brought to their attention through issuing our takedown notice to ensure that prohibited content that might cause psychological harm to children is being removed. So when it comes to the issue of education and awareness, that is also our area that we focus on as a regulator, because giving digital skills, just like China, that is our priority, to ensure that South Africans are given digital skills, especially parents. That becomes the most important part, because children have a right to responsible parenting, and they also have the right to privacy. Whilst outside the mandate of the FPB, but as a country, we also have privacy laws that ensures that children's rights are also protected, and platforms are required to ensure that they comply with those laws. But on a day-to-day basis, we have a team of dedicated advocacy officers who goes to schools and ensures that children are protected and educated in terms of how they're supposed to conduct themselves online. We also have toolkits that empowers them, including the teachers and parents. So that is the work that we do as the Film and Publication Board. We work closely with law enforcement agencies, especially on issues of child sexual abuse material, where we have a team of social workers who are also our investigators that works on the case close with the police to make sure that they compile the reports that we take to court and serves as evidence. We have a dedicated committee. So if one feels their right is being affected by online content, they can lodge a complaint with us, and that can be taken to the Enforcement Committee, which is a quasi-judicial body. And what makes it important is that we are not competing with any other matters through the court process. This is a dedicated quasi-judicial body that is focusing on issues of online safety and other compliance issues within our mandate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Advocate Lindhorst, for giving us that very different perspective of a regulator. You using different keywords that tease out such an important groups of people and professionals that play an important role in this. Social workers, law enforcement, investigators, these are very important elements for us to think about. But with that, we're going to take another shift of gears. When we think about children's online experiences, it's natural to think of regulators or the responsibility of social media companies or other players in the tech sector. We also have our two next speakers who will help to shed a light on the important roles and responsibilities of other players and influencers in the broader ecosystem that also have a very critical part to play in delivering positive change for children. And they will also share about work being done with UNICEF. I'll turn to Caroline Eriksson, who joins you in the room, who is the head of the social media and active ownership at Norges Bank Investment Management, or MBIM. Caroline heads the social team within the active ownership area of MBIM. In this role, she leads the work on policy development and engagement with portfolio companies on social sustainability topics, including children's rights. Welcome to the panel, Caroline. As an investor, MBIM interacts with a large number of companies all around the world. What is the role that investors can play in advancing responsible business conduct for child rights and safety online? And how is MBIM addressing the topic of child rights and responsible business in the digital space? Over to you, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Josie. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks to everyone following here in the room and online. NBIM is a global financial investor in almost 9,000 companies in 70 markets. So we own a small slice of most of the companies in the world. As a global investor, we depend on well-functioning markets and a long-term sustainable development in economic, environmental, and social sense. We want companies to operate responsibly and with a long-term horizon. And to ensure long-term returns, as a minority shareholder, we can use our leverage to influence companies and improve market practices. Child rights in the digital environment is an important topic for us. We are a fund for future generations, and about 30% of today's population are children, and they spend an increasing amount of time online. Failure to respect children's rights can be a material risk for companies. That it can entail legal, financial, reputational risk, and they can affect their license to operate. And it goes beyond digital companies, right? As Josie mentioned, for example, think about retail. They may not consider themselves a tech company, but they may impact children's rights through digital advertising, through other ways of their operation. So it's a topic that's relevant to companies across sectors and across markets. It's also an area where we see an increasing amount of regulation. I can mention the EU Digital Services Act or other types of regulation in other markets. This is a regulation that asks companies to be open about how they're addressing and managing impacts on children's rights online. This is why we have entered a partnership with UNICEF over the last few years addressing exactly this topic. Together, BSR and UNICEF have done research on companies' reports and looked at more than 200 reports and to see how they address child rights impacts online. They found that only a few of them actually meaningfully address how the companies impact children's rights. We also experience this in our bilateral dialogue with companies. They see it as a material topic, but it's how to address this in reporting is still an area of development. So UNICEF and BSR, together with industry, academia, and civil society, have developed a set of disclosure recommendations and a guidance that we will soon publish and share with everyone. In fact, I can give a little teaser today. We will launch this officially on Thursday, the 27th of June. I'm really excited about this. It will be a webinar, and I'm going to actually show, yes, here on the screen. You can scan this QR code and sign up to attend the launch webinar. Really excited about this. Watch this space, and thank you so much. Hope to see you there.
Thank you so much for that intervention, Caroline. I think it's so important for us to expand our minds and think about the different roles that actors who might be more of the quote-unquote unusual suspects and the very important influence and role that they can play in advancing the goals that we're talking about. And I hope to see all of you joining us in 2 days on Thursday for the launch of the disclosure recommendations, which will also include the research that Caroline described. So with that, I will move us on to our final speaker. But before I do, a quick reminder, if you are joining in person or on the Zoom, you are very welcome to make a comment or a question in the chat, and hopefully we will have time to address some of those at the end. So again, And this is something also that Caroline gestured towards, is that when thinking about the variety of industry players that are relevant for child rights and safety online, the deployers of digital technologies are also key stakeholders, not only those that develop digital technologies. Alex Gelt joins us online. He's the digital ethics leader for Inter-IKEA Group, with responsibility to develop digital ethics practices across the IKEA value chain. He has experience of initiating and embedding digital ethics in several public and private organizations through his work with the UK Civil Service and Deloitte. Alex, what does Inter-IKEA Group have to do with child rights and safety online? This is a question that I'm sure you get asked in different places. And what actions are you taking? How can other brands play an active role in understanding and addressing their impacts on child rights and safety online? Over to you, Alex.
Oh.
I don't think we can hear you, Alex. If we can test the mic. That looks like it's working now.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Josie, and yeah, good morning to those of you in Norway, and hey to everyone joining online. And thanks for having me here today at IGF, and great speakers that we've had so far, and thank you to the fellow panelists. And echoing a lot of what Caroline has just said in terms of being a responsible business. So first of all, what does IKEA have to do with child rights? And we've made the commitment to integrate child rights into everything we do across all of the IKEA organizations. And we take that responsibility to ensure that children come to no harm as a result of the direct contact that we have with children and the indirect contact that we have wherever we do business in the IKEA value chain. And whilst we think that coming to the stores is a key part of the IKEA experience, we know that contact with people happens increasingly in an online context. So actually most of our shopping journeys start online through the more established e-commerce websites and applications that we have, but also through platforms, search or social media, and other types of emerging platform engagement, whether that's peer-to-peer reselling marketplaces or social gaming. And where we have direct contact, we put measures in place that protect child rights. So whether that's our policy and processes on child safeguarding, the data protection mechanisms that we put in place when we engage with children when we're developing our products, or for the technologies that we put in the home. So this is our IKEA smart product range, where we've taken an inclusive design approach with diverse families to hear the voice of the child in relation to design choices that we should make when we're developing those products. And it was mentioned there by Caroline a bit, marketing and digital marketing, I think, is a big area where we have contact with children. So when it comes to marketing, we have a strong point of view already for many years on how we portray children in marketing material. So these are the images and the media content that goes out into the world. And we make sure that we show and express children in a respectful way, in a way that brings them no harm, and shows them in the positive light that they need to be. So this is largely what's in our control and can be directly governed within the IKEA value chain. However, we also want to take a child rights perspective in the more indirect contact places that we have across the value chain. And that needs a more nuanced approach based mostly on the relationships that we have with partners. So again, on this marketing topic, we're pretty clear, or very clear, on what we require when we are addressing children, that there is no direct targeting of children in our commercial messages. However, we don't just stop there. And we know that a lot of child rights harms can also come from other types of practices other than direct targeting. So whether that's new monetization techniques like gamification or new models of engagement from influencer marketing or content creator marketing that represent a new form of child labor. And we know this happens on the platforms that we're engaged with, and we want to take responsibility of how that conduct happens. And brands like IKEA are the companies that fund this digital marketing ecosystem. We buy the media space to engage with people who want to buy our products. And we think that comes with responsibilities and ability to influence. And we want to influence because we know that there is a growing knowledge that these interactions have the potential for harm. So in the partnership that we've had with UNICEF, we've wanted to research those harms and understand how to best counteract them, especially through the complexity of the different actors in the digital marketing ecosystem. It's not just a binary of brands and platforms, there's many actors within the space and many leverage points that we need to engage with. And this allows us to make informed decisions when we're partnering with media agencies or ad tech companies and the partners that we choose to engage with. And we pass this through our value chain and how we then govern our brand and marketing operations. So this research has enabled the development of a toolkit to break down the due diligence actions and responsibilities that each actor in the value chain should take. So us and those that we are then giving our money to. It helps us to move from this kind of binary thinking of yes, no, or good or bad, should we be online or not, to have a more holistic picture of the what, the when, who, and the how we should engage. So this toolkit will be openly available to all organizations who want to use it, but especially encourage brands who are at the start of this value chain to adopt it and work with the organizations that they outsource their actions to in order for them to adopt the requirements and recommendations, and that we can uplift the child rights perspective through the whole value chain of social media and digital marketing. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alex, and for rounding off the panel of different perspectives, right? I think that you tease out such an important element that we return to in so many different areas of business and human rights, which is to take a value chain approach to not only look at one particular actor, but also the bigger picture of the connections in the industry, the different leverage that different actors might have on other players, and the importance of human rights due diligence, which is certainly a very important red thread that goes through the different resources that we've discussed. And again, I hope to engage with many of you in the room and online around the digital marketing work that we will be issuing later this year as well. So definitely watch that space. We do have some moments for engagement, so please do engage with us on the chat. Thank you to one participant who's sharing some research that they have. This is wonderful. And if you are in the room and would like to engage, then please also do it in the chat. I will give a moment or two to anybody who'd like to participate. And if no questions, I will very happily hand over to Sunita to guide us through part 2 of the forum. Fabulous. It was all very clear, no questions at all. I will hand over back to you, Sunita. Thank you so much. Very much looking forward to the part 2 of this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josiane. I'm going to ask you both to exit the stage, please, on that side. And we'll move over to the second segment of this forum. We are again going to be joined by 2 panelists online, as well as 2 in the room. So I'll ask Celia and Lisa, please, to join me on stage. So in this segment, we're going to be keeping our focus on the importance and concrete actions that various stakeholders can take, particularly to ensure that the digital world, the value and the impact that it has to offer, is more accessible and available to those who could benefit the most. So for this panel today, I am joined here on stage by Lisa Sivertsen, Director of Human Development at NORAD, I'm joined also by Celia Dahl, First Secretary for Development Cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden in Pretoria. And online, we're joined by two speakers, Tawhida Shiropa, founder and CEO of Moner Bandhu. She joins us from Bangladesh. And Anina Wersen, co-founder and chief impact officer of Open CRVS. So keeping in mind the reflections and recommendations we heard in the first segment, we're going to focus our discussion further to an often still overlooked and excluded half of the world's population, women and girls. What we know is that at present, 31% of women worldwide are not in education, employment, or training. 740 million women in developing economies remain unbanked. 1 in 5 adolescent girls are married before the age of 18. These are some of the wicked challenges, some of the big problems that many of us here in the room, and definitely those of us on stage, are working to tackle on a day-to-day basis. Digital technologies do, in fact, hold significant promise to help us address some of these challenges, but we are currently falling far short in realizing that potential. In fact, we see that not only are we missing solutions to address those challenges, often completely in the market, when they do exist, we're not able to access them, we're not able to scale them, because they are behind often closed or prohibitory intellectual property regimes. When they are accessible, when solutions are being designed for everybody, we often see that actually they fail to meet the needs of women and girls. For instance, we know that almost half of publicly documented bias in AI systems is bias against women and girls. We know that only about 2% of medical research funding goes towards pregnancy, childbirth, and reproductive health. If we look at the private sector, only 3% of investment going into digital health is actually focused on solutions that are addressing female health challenges. Similarly, in private capital, only 2% of investment in 2023 went to companies that are co-founded or founded by women. And we at the Venture Fund, UNICEF runs a venture fund that provides seed funding to entrepreneurs in developing countries, really had to learn that the hard way. We realized that when we did investing as usual, we just mirrored what we saw in the private capital industry. But at the same time, the investment opportunities in women's health in particular are massive. The industry is projected to grow to $1.2 trillion by 2030. And so clearly, for all stakeholders around the table, there are massive gains to be made if we start focusing our efforts more deliberately on meeting the needs of women and girls. So what can we do to close this gap? How can we make inclusive technology for everyone? How can we leverage this opportunity? So I'd like to start with you, Lisa, please. Thank you for joining us today. I think you had the shortest commute of all of us to get here. We have partnered for a number of years together, particularly around digital public goods, and we co-founded the Digital Public Goods Alliance. Would you be able to share with us your observations of some of the gaps that you've seen in your work? Where efforts around digitalization, around innovation at country level have really failed to meet the needs of women and girls.
Thank you, Sunita, and thank you for inviting us. Yeah, I did have a short commute, but I was delayed because the trains were delayed, so sorry to everyone about that on behalf of Oslo. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here, and I think your introduction really highlighted so many of the gaps and the structural barriers that women and girls are facing, and I think gender-blind digital tools and infrastructures will really enhance those gaps and disparities and also the structural discrimination. So from NORAD and Norwegian side, we are very committed to do what we can from our side to build down those structural barriers. And I think even though the gaps really do still exist, and even though we also see some very worrying negative trends when it comes to gender, and marginalization in terms of access to digital tools, but also the failure of designing gender diverse tools. And I think also there is a lot of research pointing to the lack of trust in those systems, which I think is a big issue for all societies in the world. What gives me hope is that there are also so many examples of partners and also governments working together with the private sector, research institutions, civil society, women's social movements to close those gaps. So that's, and if I could highlight some of those examples, there are so many. I think from the Norwegian side and NORAD, we try to do what we can to support initiatives and new tools, but we also really try to focus on the system approach. What can we do to enhance and support global digital public goods, but also the infrastructure that every country in the world really needs to invest in to make sure that you have inclusive digitalization. So we are so grateful about the opportunity to work with UNICEF and also with UNESCO. We work on engaging more women and girls to get education and work within the STEM sectors. I think that's a really crucial investment that we need to do for the years and the future to come. And we are also really excited about the digital education strategy of UNICEF. Norway has been supporting for more 20 years this digital public good infrastructure that is being designed by the University of Oslo. Has a really complicated name, DHIS2, but it's an excellent tool. It was designed to be a low-cost, open-source infrastructure for dealing with health data for lower-income countries. During the pandemic, it actually proved so easy to use and such a safe tool that it spread also, and it was taken into use also by a lot of middle-income and high-income countries, including Norway. We started using it ourselves. So that's an excellent and important tool that we will continue. More than 100 countries are now using it. And then OpenCR-VS is also another system that we have invested in. So that's an open source system for birth registration and a lot of other official tools as well to use, which I think provides, being open source, it also builds trust, and it makes it possible to adjust to the needs of women and girls.
Yeah, fantastic. And you've set the scene really nicely for some of the discussion points we'll dig into a little bit later. We've actually got Anina joining us from OpenCR-VS. I think she can probably speak to that specific example even more. And we'll try and talk a little bit more about this crossover between safety and trust and open source as well in the second half with two of the product owners that are going to be joining us online. So thank you for that. Celia, I'd be interested to hear from your experience leading SIDA's engagement regionally, what successful approaches you've seen in your region around digital innovations that's being designed with and for women and girls, maybe specifically how that's influenced your viewpoint, your engagement, your choices and approaches in the region.
Thank you, Sunita, and thank you for inviting me. And I think it's great that we have both SIDA and NORAD in the same room, since we are, of course, allies and working closely with a lot of different thematics. At the Swedish Embassy in South Africa, we work specifically on integrating the Swedish government strategy for sexual reproductive health and rights in Africa So we work with, of course, many different stakeholders, UN agencies, civil society, social businesses, entrepreneurs. And I think globally, CEDA has about 140 partners working specifically on digitalization as well. So it is a priority for us and also, of course, for the Swedish government. But I think for CEDA it's very important that we support programs and partners that actually are bridging that digital gap and the gender divide as well, and ensuring that women and girls actually can access digital tools that are useful for them as well. And that's one of the reasons why we have recently joined into a partnership with UNICEF for this specific Femtech initiative, because we also know that entrepreneurs are the ones who will develop the new models. They'll come up with the new technologies, with the new ideas that can potentially enable economic growth, but also lift people out of poverty, which is, of course, our end goal. And however, as you very well said, Sunita, women are very underrepresented in this area, and we see that there's a lot of digital products being developed that are not at all addressing the actual needs of women and girls, and especially within SRHR, where we work a lot. And we also know that in many rural areas, in many countries, women and girls, they don't have access to digital devices. They don't have internet. So how do we reach them with information? So for us, it's important also to support initiatives that not only cover this gap, but also work on providing correct data. They might work on domestic financing, for example, or trying to have inclusive policies and legislations in their specific countries. But most importantly, that the solutions that we are supporting are locally adapted and actually are for the groups that we are intended to work with, and also for the groups that normally are left behind, like the LGBTQI community, for example. A few examples from our region of partners that we support, and I think that in the previous sessions it was touched upon as well, the backside of digitalization and the harm of children online. So we have one partner working specifically on ending gender-based violence, and they have developed different tools on how to work with that, and they work specifically on addressing technology-facilitated GBV, which is a new word I just learned in the Southern Africa region. But it's very interesting because they also see that GBV has increased online and is also posing a risk of normalizing violence. And so they work with both civil society organizations, but also governments in ensuring that technology-facilitated GBV is incorporated into national legislation and policies. So that's one example of how we can work with that in regards to women and girls. We also have another partner working on improving access to SRHR information in West and Central Africa, which is a region in Africa that is it's very difficult to work with SRHR, and it's sometimes very controversial as well. So you need to find ways to share information in a way that it's not super controversial. And we also know that youths are more vulnerable, for example, to HIV, to other sexually transmitted diseases, and also early and unwanted pregnancies. And with this app, they can provide, they can gain access and information that is anonymous and also safe, and they can also get information on how to find health facilities where they can get support. And so far, this app has reached about 9 million young people in that region. So just two examples on how we work on that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. And you called out specifically, I think, the ingenuity of entrepreneurs in kind of putting forward and trying new approaches. So I'd like to turn now to our online speakers. We have Tawhida joining us from Bangladesh. And she's a recipient of the UNICEF Venture Fund as part of our health cohort that we launched last year. And her team provides holistic well-being services in person and online in Bangladesh for children and young adults. And they've developed an app where, with support of the UNICEF Venture Fund, they're looking at building an open machine learning model to help them enhance detection and also recommendations to parents. So, Tawhida, I'd love to hear from you if we can kind of dig into a little more deeper into a specific solution, a specific product. Kind of hear from you how this idea of really putting the needs and rights, like safety, like data privacy and others, of women and girls at the center of how you've developed your product. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sunita. And a very good morning, very good afternoon from my side. And thank you for having me today. And yeah, first of all, I wanted to really show my gratitude to the UNICEF innovation team, especially UNICEF Venture Fund, and because I'm here because of the journey. And now I like to talk more about the technology and the product and more about the passion, what we are building right now in Bangladesh. So at Monerbontu is a woman-led startup company, so where we're building and transforming the mental health and well-being for all, especially the women, girls, because it's a woman-led company. So you're always, considering the women in our first priority, and where we develop the technological team and the other things, we always mention and prioritize that. So Monerbontu is transforming the mental health and well-being using AI and the machine learning model and human-centric approaches, including the counseling, the psychometric assessments and well-being tips and techniques and all these assessment as well. And when to talk about the girls and women's safety, is like this is something we always think like the first thing we have to make sure, because it's not like because when we start the conversation from the very scratch and building our technology, especially the Manushi app, which is for the child well-being, and we're using the open source and very much aligned with the digital public goods. And so we're keeping those mind and with this spirit, we make sure that it's co-designed with the girls. It's not like something we build, considering our idea, our thoughts, but I think thousands of students, adolescents, girls, not only from the urban area, then the rural and the semi-urban, even the remote area girls who are taking our services every day. So we wanted to build the app with them. We sat with them. We talked like hours after hours. What are their struggle? What are the things they have been gone through? And they told us about their being afraid to report the abuse, especially in their abuse by sometimes their community, or there's something happened is the gender-based violence they faced, even about hiding their anxiety, especially the anxiety in the exam anxiety, another anxiety. Then sometimes they thought about the self-harm issues. So, and they shared like at the time when they are going through this kind of issue, there is no private space, so they can share those things, because they think like maybe it would be public, or they will be, again, they will be bullied from their peers or in the social media or the online platform. So we built and considering their thoughts, and when we sat with them, so and we always make sure those things, like we build the anonymized assessment, and of course we design this quick check-in space in our app and make sure we could choose a female counselor, so anytime they can reach out to us through our platform. And another thing we always wanted to make sure, like the safety, for girls, safety is not about the encryption. We said like our model or our app is end-to-end encrypted. But for girls, what we have seen, we have experienced for girls, safety is the emotional safety. So when a girl fills out the check-in, well-being check-ins, or fill out anything assessment. So we wanted to make sure from our side we prioritize their data protected security. Sometimes they are under arrest might be, so they don't have the access on the mobile phones or smartphone. So we take the verbal consent from their parents, but sometimes parents are not that much educated. And those times we also call them and discuss with them, these are the things, so this will be helpful for your child well-being, and then we get the consent from them. And of course, we wanted to make sure the data and security with that note, and of course, and with that sense, we said like our backend system, and we have the risk flags like the high risk flag to responses in the real time. So whenever we can see anytime kinds of the gender-based or trauma-centric anonymized data, we said, so immediately our counselors or our female counselor, they respond to the client, and of course with the maintain those all the sensitive escalation protocol, we always maintain those. And number 3, I wanted to mention like the privacy is like when we developed our whole process, even the UX design, we always got the feedback from the customer and always input those feedback into our site and the app as well. And with that means like what we want to say like this, of course it's encrypted, stored with the very rooted access controlled by our tech team, and we also maintain the global standards things. And it is true, I think Sunita mentioned at the first part, and I think I heard all the conversation from our amazing panelists. So this is true, like the AI models can be biased to some point, and that includes also the large language model and the ML and the machine learning models. So we also wanted to make sure, like, of course, this data have to be protected, have to have the guided and accurate, as much as accurate data, then we can provide those things. And of course then I think that later on maybe that we will discuss more on the open source. But what we have seen so far with when we're deploying this, almost 10,000 students at adolescents, including the majority of the adolescents girls in the rural school and some schools in the urban area. So, and what we have seen, like, we got that, I think, huge response from their side, and that really helped us to accurate more data processing system. And of course, with that note, we maintain this like we wanted to make sure like the whole protocols, the whole sensitive things would be the gender sensitized. We maintain the gender sensitive framework, as it of course this had to be very human centric, and we wanted to really get all those advantages from AI and technology, so it can be more accessible for everyone. And one thing I really wanted to make sure from my side, and this is our vision, is like the Manusya app is not just an app, it's just not a upcoming technology. We wanted to make sure it's a promise to all the young girls, so they can feel safe, so they will be heard. And the most important thing, whatever they have gone through, they don't need to be gone through at their side. So this is something we built from our side. And yes, here we are. And thank you, the UNICEF Venture Fund. So they give us I think, lots of insights about the digital public good and, of course, the open source. So we wanted to make sure it's very cost effective and low maintenance cost and very transparent to what we're building right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Tawhida, and really good points, I think, around, thank you, getting some applause in the room in case you can't hear it. Really good points around, really emphasizing that product development and product design is a necessary part, but in no way sufficient if we think of kind of inclusivity of an entire program and making sure we reach women and girls and provide them that emotional safety that you spoke to. I'd like to dig a little bit deeper into an aspect that several speakers have already touched on, which is this idea of creating digital solutions that are digital public goods. If you haven't already and you're not familiar with the concept, there's a great booth just outside by the Digital Public Goods Alliance where you can learn a little bit more about the concept and meet some of the partner organizations. There's also a high-level panel this afternoon that's going to bring together major players in the digital public goods space. My little plug. But here we share this commitment, and we have panelists that have very actively chosen to develop in the open and to develop open source solutions. So I'd like to turn, Anina, I'm going to start with you because we haven't heard from you yet. Really, and hear your perspective about what role does this approach and focus on open source actually play in improving inclusivity and safety of solutions? How does that approach enable us to build that trust and to actually operationalize this commitment that we have?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Sunita, and good morning, good afternoon, To all of you, it's an honour to join the panel, and I feel truly inspired, as I so often do, when listening to the work that other people are doing in this area. So thank you as well for all the work that you're doing. So as Sunita mentioned, I'm from Open CRBS, and we are a digital public good for civil registration and vital statistics. So that's the registration of births, deaths, marriages, divorces, adoptions, and the use of that data for vital statistics purposes. And when we talk about inclusivity by design, it's really not just a principle. It's something that we can demonstrate in practice. And as a digital public good, Open CRBS gives countries a chance to see what inclusive digital services can look like right out of the box. So when a country starts to use Open CRBS, they will see a pre-configured version of the system based on our default country. It's a fictitious country that we've created called Farajaland, and it supports a number of different vital events. And so the forms that they see initially are designed specifically to spark important conversations. So these countries can then subsequently configure the forms. They can make them work exactly as they need. That's the whole premise of Open CRBS, that it's configurable for a range of different country contexts. But they can see out of the box what is possible. So what's an example of trying to spark these conversations? Take birth registration, for example. In many countries, the father's details are either assumed or required. But Open CRBS shows an alternative, and that is a birth registration form that does not mandate the father's information. And that simple design choice opens the door to discussions, even at the highest levels, about how to create more inclusive services for single mothers, for survivors of gender-based violence, or for any situation that doesn't fit a narrow norm. And we've seen in many countries when this comes up and we do a demonstration of the system, we have the reaction, oh, well, you know, why are the father's details not there? Of course, a woman would always be married. And these conversations at the highest level really allow us to explore these assumptions and also inform and educate those who may just not have access to this information. We've had some really, really interesting, engaging discussions where people have come away with a different perspective. It's a powerful example of how design can lead policy and how a digital public good can educate and influence across government just by showing what's possible. We also use data to reinforce this idea. So Open CRBS includes dashboards specifically configured to highlight insights into the experiences of women and girls, insights that too often go unseen. And as civil registration is the only continuous source of population data, it really is so rich if you just ask it the right questions. Imagine if a government could pinpoint where young mothers were giving birth so they could direct maternity services to those areas, or whether they could understand where and how women are dying to target life-saving interventions. Just being able to visualize these options, so out of the box, Open CRBS comes with this option, and countries can take it away if they don't want it, but more often than not, they see this data and they accept the data. And in fact, then they might bring in another ministry, for instance, Ministry of Women's Affairs in many countries, that they can actually see this data. And countries may then also explore, well, who do we want to allow access to this disaggregated data so that, for instance, maybe the partners in country could even have this data to be able to target more specific interventions. And this really, for us, is the power of inclusive design, backed by meaningful data. It's not just about technology, and as Tawhida said, there's so much more to an implementation of Open CRBS than just this design, but it certainly allows us to begin shifting systems and showing governments what good and inclusive can truly look like. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Nina. I really like those very specific examples, and often that starting point of a conversation, right, opens up way more opportunities and possibilities of what can be included in what could be just a digital solution. Tawhida, I'd love to briefly hear from you as well, how that focus on open source in particular has allowed you to put a focus on inclusivity and safety. Tawhida, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, thank you very much, Sunita, again. So yeah, and of course, that's the first thing from our experience and Monabonto, we reached more than 2 million people across Bangladesh. So we have I think, thousands of millions of people, they are getting our services. And committing to that, to open source and the digital public goods has been one of the fundamental things to ensure the both inclusivity and the safety, especially when we're working with the vulnerable communities, young girls, adolescent girls, and marginalized communities, and the women, of course, definitely. So one thing we wanted to make sure for, using the open source, because when we're starting working with the open source code, this is very very transparent, right? What our code is open. So of course, the anonymous data, the encrypted data. So we don't want to show anyone's personalized information, but the whole coding system that can be open, and the communities, the stakeholders, including the government, can see exactly how the systems are going, right? What a decision already made. Even I think the safeguard policy, what we have taken so far. And one of the things, the vital things we wanted to make sure within these things, dealing with the sensitive data, the mental health and the well-being data is one of the very personalized and very sensitive data what we are dealing at this moment. And that's the open source, one of the things, we believe that open source align with the digital public goods, make us very accountable to our customer, to the people, to the young girls. Maybe they don't understand open source, they don't understand the data and security, but they understand their privacy, right? So I think open source and the digital public good, that's really aligned us to accountable to the girls who share their data with us, or their parents or the mothers, right? And another thing is the accountability, builds the trust. So I think that's the fundamental things when you, providing the mental health services to everyone. There's a trust, the confidentiality. So that's the things of we align with that. And then another two things of course the localizations and the tools the market, the meaningful things what we are building. So as communities, sometimes we went to many communities when even deploying and developing the Manushi app. So there is many communities, they don't have the proper educations, and some of the parents, they're they're very low income and they don't understand the data and everything. So we contextualize all those things in their language, sometimes in our language in Bangla, and sometimes in their language, more local things. So we make sure that they understand what we are taking from them, right? So that's the open source and the whole that digital public goods. When I read out all the digital public goods alliance, there's missions, there's statements. So we feel this is something that's very good for us, and I think proper things. And one of the things when we act with the open system, the local developers and organization customize those things, and that's also very cost effective, because they don't need to start these things from the very scratch from their side. So they can anywhere around the world, across the world, so they can't just remodeling those things they develop from deploy in their local context. So, and of course there is a flexibility. I think this is one of the things that's what turns the digital a public good turns into a human solution. So that's one of the things that's very fascinating what we found. And I think that number 3, which the last things I wanted to mention, the removing all those license fees, when we start Bondhu, and we suffer and struggled with the license fees, because sometimes we have the credit card, but we can't pay from the rules and regulations from the Central Bank of Bangladesh. So we struggled a lot. So I think the upcoming people who are very much passionate in the tech industry, and especially the females or the entrepreneurs, I really wanted to cheer for them. So, and advocate for them, so they can take all these leverages for this, the open source code, what we are building. So this is something, this makes all those things more inclusive, and of course the safety, that because I mentioned, like all this accountability, make sure the safety and the trust. So that's where we're here. And that, of course, it helps with the low resource institutions, so they don't need to spend lots of money on that. And of course, they can adopt, they can share, they can scale the tool. So there's all these things are there. So they just need to, hold those things and make sure the accountability and the trust. And it's, of course, it's not about the code, it's the values, right? So the good digital public goods, they have the values. And UNICEF Venture Fund, they taught us that how can we, leverage all those, I think, good values and good values incorporated to our impactful business. So I think that's the things we are doing right now. And we have to really make sure that no one is left behind. So we have to do accountable to everyone. And I think open source and digital public goods is the two fundamental things that can make sure that. And yeah, we are ready to scale those things in our program and in our app to across the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Tawhida. And I think you touched really nicely on all the different benefits we see from open source. So from like a product design, development, but also a business model perspective around having to tackle questions around fees and licensing, and how really that model enables others to pick up your work, adapt it, and scale it more easily. So thank you. The other piece that I appreciated is, as often we associate digital public goods just with its open sourceness, but you spoke also very nicely and brought us to our attention how the digital public goods standard isn't just about licensing. It's also around safety. It's also around protection. It's about human rights being standards. And so that digital public goods standards really is something that many of us are trying to hold ourselves to in order to ensure we are respecting human rights in our digital efforts, as well as access and inclusivity. So thanks so much for highlighting those different elements. Lisa, I'd like to come to you on the same question, probably from a different perspective, though I don't know whether you have built and coded open source products yourself, maybe. It's just to reflect a little bit more with us on what value you've really seen in your focus on digital public goods and on open source, how that's been kind of a conduit and a facilitator of your focus on safety and inclusivity.
So yeah, thank you so much. It's really interesting to hear from OpenCRVS, but also entrepreneurs that are building these systems. And I think you mentioned it already, how these systems make it possible to build accountability and trust, because they are transparent, they are open for external audits, and they are also adaptable. From our side, we've actually developed our own open source data policy that we are trying to use across the different areas we work. And there is a lot of resistance, there is a lot of resistance from different companies that are, selling systems that are not open sourced. So this is something that we are really trying to push across areas such as education and health, but also the work that we are doing on environment and climate. So it's a bit. It's challenging, but I think also it's crucial. It's the only way forward, I think, to build these accountable and open systems. It's also a lot about costs, because open standards makes it possible for different systems to talk to each other and work together. I think we've all been frustrated trying to access different digital systems that are not working together. It has a lot of costs. It's very challenging for everyone. I like the term that Anita was using about emotional safety, giving up your data and engaging with digital systems within national ID systems or health and education. It's a lot of very sensitive data, and you need to have that trust that it's not going to be misused by someone at the other end. And then, of course, open source systems do have that potential for being more adapted to the different kinds of users, also marginalized parts of the population in any country. And we really need that to be able to continue to work against those gaps.
Yeah. For sure, for sure. And I think particularly some of those privacy concerns are really relevant to those that tend to be more marginalized, tend to be traditionally more excluded, right? And so that's almost of even higher importance when we work with those sorts of communities. So as we kind of move towards the last piece of our discussion, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to reflect a little bit on the role of stakeholders that are not present on this panel. And kind of what their calls might be or what their reflections might be. Before we do that, I wanted to specifically turn to Celia. And as part of our ongoing discussions around how we partner together on the Venture Fund, we also have started exploring how we can actually leverage private capital, different financing modalities beyond traditional grant, beyond traditional development funding, to actually move capital flows more towards inclusive technology. So I'd love to hear a little bit from you on kind of SIDA's approach to engaging those different financing instruments. What have you seen happen in that space?
Thank you, Sunita, and also, first of all, thank you to all the panelists. Very interesting, and I think that this is, what you touched upon now is so important. I think we all have seen the changing in the donor landscape for the past year, and it's been, of course, challenging both as donors and as partners working on the other side to find financing for the work that they do. For the Swedish government, it's a very high priority that the Swedish Development Corporation should focus on leverage funding from other kind of sources, and also supporting our partners in doing that. I think we believe that the part of the additional financial flows to long-term solutions that will empower women and girls and youth needs to come from other, for example, from private investments, and also that our partners shouldn't be so donor dependent, to be honest. And in doing that, I think we as donors have a very important responsibility as well. And we know that, for example, today there are very limited opportunities for private actors to do business in fragile context or in emerging markets. Local entrepreneurs, they have very limited risk observation capacity, for example. So how can we as donors support them? So at SIDA, we have different financial models that has been, well, quite successful, I would say. And one of them is, for example, a guarantee. And that's where SIDA will help reduce the risk to a lender. So, for example, if we have a new startup, an organization working on health for women and rights in a country in Africa, and they want to expand their business, they want to enter new markets, they want to sell products in markets that they haven't been in before, for example. The local bank might be hesitant, saying it's too big of a risk. Then SIDA can cover that potential risk for the bank and enable the organizations to grow and start their business. So that's something we've done a lot in other sectors, such as energy and the transport sector, environment, and this year we will start doing it in health and SRHR. So very excited about that. But that, I think, it's a very successful model for trying to find other kind of funding. Another model that we use is mobilizing of capital. And that's where I think SIDA has a very important role in being catalytic in connecting different partners with each other. So we can help our partners meet other potential financial partners that can provide support to them. And this has been something we've been working on for many, many years, but it's also a way of create sustainability for our partners and less dependency on us, and also forcing them to leverage new money. So what we do is that we say, if you can find X amount of money from other funders, we will match that. And I think that's a model that has worked really well, and especially now when we have, when we want to expand into femtech and work more closely on that and work more on new kind of partnerships. I think it's very important that we look at different financial models as well to create more sustainability for our partners, which is I think should be an end goal with aid, that the government donors should be less, and then it will be other kind of financing flows coming in. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Celia. I think there's a really long way to go, right, to close that financing gap. So really appreciate those efforts. We know, for instance, that less than 1% of VCs or venture capital funding goes to Africa. It's crazy once you kind of think about how unequal that distribution is. And then, I spoke earlier about the small proportion that goes to female founded businesses. So if you put that on top of each other, right, you end up with a very, very skewed picture of where private capital is currently flowing. On the venture fund, UNICEF Venture Fund side, we've seen similar experiences. And what we've been really excited about is seeing how the development funding that you've mentioned as well can be catalytic. It can de-risk, right? It can sort of showcase that those risks can be managed. How can they be addressed? What do those markets actually have to offer? How competitive those solutions actually are from an investment opportunity perspective. And so, we're really, really looking forward to having more of these conversations with private investors to see how that capital can support some of the aims we've discussed here today. I'll turn my attention to our two speakers online first, and Lisa, I'll come back to you at the end to just reflect a little bit more on the question as sort of a final call to action in a minute about who else should be at this table to move from kind of maybe what are still fairly niche approaches to shifting entire systems, and what role do you think that they need to play? Anina, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I think we could probably talk for a long time just on this topic, but I'm going to build, if I may, just on what Celia was talking about, and I am going to call also to the donors. I mean, we are incredibly lucky at Open CRVS. We have the support of NORAD, who really, as a donor, are gold for us, because they see the importance of funding the core product. And as a digital public good, that's something really, really difficult to find kind of funding that's very flexible, that understands that we need to manage and maintain a digital product that is ultimately supporting critical government infrastructure, and not tying that to specific implementations, for instance. But I would call further to build also on Celia's point. The challenge we have as digital public goods is to be able to invest in a few different things. One is absolutely to become sustainable. So we have to think about how we can generate revenue. And at Open CRVS, we're spending a significant amount of time on this, looking at how we can, in a market that really thinks and expects us to be free forever, how we can change that, how we can start charging for our services. And in fact, actually, several countries and partners have seen the value that we can bring to the table, but we do have to start operating more like a business. And sometimes that can be very uncomfortable for partners working in our domain, which is totally understandable. But in the same way, to become sustainable, we need to think about creative ways of generating revenue. And just like for-profit companies most of them invest in research and development, we also want to invest in research and development. And in fact, we would love to establish a research and development branch specifically for women and girls, because we truly believe that there's so much potential to unlock, both in their experiences from a protection perspective, but also in the economy. And we have to recognise also the values, obviously, that women bring to the economy. And so obviously civil registration, touching on all these different life events, there are so many opportunities where we can protect women and girls and prevent them from experiencing a life that doesn't allow them to become active members, for instance, in society and within the economy. But we do need donors to be able to also invest in that. And in this really difficult donor landscape, as Celia mentioned, we ask that donors take a risk to support digital public goods upfront to invest. And our promise to donors now in the conversations that we're having is that in 5 years' time, we want to be self-sustainable. But in order to get there, we need upfront investment. We need to invest in R&D. We need to invest in our business development strategies. We need to invest in trying out different business services. And it's really not traditional. It's different. It's not necessarily what our industry is is used to, but we're certainly excited about that future because we want to become self-sustaining. We believe that the value of open CRBS has been realised. We're working with 8 countries at the moment, and there's many more who are kind of lined up to explore. And if we think about the potential of, for instance, preventing child marriage, through understanding the age of children or having data to be able to actively take steps in order to do that. That's something we want to explore more within our research and development capacity. Just think about the long-term effects that could have on women and girls, on the economy, and for businesses around the world as well. So really a call to donors to. There are always immediate challenges and problems. The world we live in, unfortunately, is experiencing too many of them at this time. But we truly believe that with upfront investment, we can become self-sustainable. And we do think the digital public goods can do that, and they can bring about more and more positive outcomes for those around the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Nina. Tawhida.
Yeah, I think this is the questions that our colleagues love to answer. I think I want to start with the change, with the mindset. And first, we need to change the mindset of this, of course, the stakeholder and to some point the investor, because I met many investors. Sometimes they're not convinced about the open source models or what we are building. They wanted to see the revenue from the day one, right? But yeah, throughout the process, we learned how we can, generate the revenue. And right now we're generating revenue. We're in the cash positive side and we're profitable as a startup. But I think this journey was quite difficult because access to finance as entrepreneur, I wanted to mention as a woman entrepreneur, is always very difficult, especially in the banks and the banking system. I think I wanted to mention in Bangladesh, it's really difficult to access the finance, especially in the banking system. So, and of course, we need the investors who really values the impact and who really values alongside with the innovation, right? So, and that's one of the things I really wanted to mention. And because as Sunita mentioned in the whole conversation, only 2% of, less than 2% of the VC fund, goes to the women-led startups, right? So I think we really wanted to change the picture. And I think we have all the capacity and the capability. I think it's Anina and I mentioned, we have all the, capability, we have the resources. We just need to trust, from the VC side. So, and yes, and because we have the scalability option, we have the safety security, we make sure the inclusivity, we wanted to make sure the, proper service to our young girls, the futures, underserved people. So yes, and this is something I really wanted to, bring to this table. I think the VC mind, should be slightly changed. So maybe that can make a bigger difference, and of course the huge impact in this world, and of course the ensuring all this open source model, and yeah, and we are the proved example. It can be profitable, it can be generating revenue. So you just need to trust a bit on us. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Tawhida. Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I think it's we definitely need to continue to develop those public-private partnerships in order to mobilize funding. We need to engage emerging donors more. It's great to have IKEA and others on board, but we need to have more participation from the private sector. But then also the tools and the systems will not be really meeting their goals unless they also engage the users and a diversity of users, also finding ways of how to engage the marginalized communities and people to make sure that the systems actually work for everyone. I think also one last point from me, we need to recognize that digital public infrastructures and goods are essential infrastructures for any society, just like roads or electricity. We need those systems to be able to build inclusive digital societies. So I think that's a recognition as well that we need to continue to champion across any geographical context. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists, including in the first segment, for all of your openness and anecdotes and reflections today. I think it was a very rich discussion. And from my side, I hope that as we go about our business here at the forum and back home, that this discussion maybe gave each of you one specific action point that you feel you can take home with you as you look at either designing or building products. And we heard very much around the need to be deliberate in design and research to ensure diversity, to be deliberate in how products are designed, what code we choose, what models we choose, what data sets we choose. And also how important it is to be able to look under the hood of a product, to be able to create actual safety, actual data privacy, but also that emotional safety, that empowerment, so that we don't just have passive users, but we have empowered, informed users that can engage with the digital solutions we're putting out there in the market and can question us. We heard from Tawhida about accountability and how that raises the bar on accountability, which I thought was a really powerful framing. And maybe not surprisingly, I think as all of us are facing completely unprecedented challenges when it comes to the financial landscape, we heard so much about how and where each dollar, each kroner, each euro is put can really shape not just what's in the market, but who uses it and to what extent those users are actually builders and owners of what's put out there in the world. Today in terms of the digital landscape. So I encourage you to approach those panelists that are in the room for any further discussion that you might be interested in. Thank you very much for choosing us and for spending your precious time listening to this discussion. I, for one, really enjoyed the dialogue. And maybe at the next IGF, I'll be facilitating a panel of 4 men talking about the importance of women's health and looking at inclusive solutions. That's my hope as I walk away from this panel today. So thank you all. And enjoy the rest of your day.
ça c'est bien. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, colleagues, and friends. A very warm welcome to all of you joining us today, both in person here in Oslo and virtually for this open forum session on catalyzing equitable AI impact, the role of international cooperation. This session is like a precursor to the AI Impact Summit that India will be hosting in February next year. And this is the AI Impact Summit will be held on 19th and 20th of February 2026. The summit aims to forge collective pathways towards inclusive development-oriented AI, grounded in the overarching theme, as recently articulated by our Honorable Prime Minister, people, planet, and progress. The summit that we are working on will focus on all these three themes: impact on people, impact on planet, and impact on economic growth and progress. We are grateful to the Internet Governance Forum and the Government of Norway for making this session possible and for their continued commitment to inclusive and open dialogue on the governance of emerging technologies. Allow me to briefly introduce our speakers. The session will be moderated by my colleague and friend from France, Henri Verdier. We'll have Her Excellency Sina Lawson, Minister for Digital Economy and Transformation of Togo. We'll have Mr. Thomas Lamanskos, Deputy Secretary General of the ITU, who will be joining virtually. Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, the UN Tech Envoy Under Secretary General from the United Nations. Then we'll have Yoichi Eida, Special Policy Advisor to the Ministry of Information and Communications from Government of Japan. He has been like a firm supporter of us at GPay also. Then we will have Dr. Maria Grazia Sgrani, CEO from the Social and Human Sciences Sector, UNESCO. UNESCO also has been a key partner with us in our AI journey. Then Audrey Plonk, Deputy Director STI OECD, will be joining virtually. Welcome, Audrey, and again, a key stakeholder and a partner at the GPay forums. Then we have Ms. Andrea A. Jacobs, AI Focal Point from Antigua, Barbuda, who is joining virtually. And our colleague from India, Sharat Sharma, founder of iSpirit, is also joining virtually. Now, it's my pleasure to hand over to Ambassador Henri Verdier, France's Ambassador for Digital Affairs, who not only agreed to moderate today's session, but has also helped in curating it and shaping the very conception of this session. With that, I'm pleased to hand over to Ambassador Verdier to guide the session forward.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Wow, that's a very difficult task I did accept because I'm supposed, so as you can see, we have a brilliant set of speakers and brilliant minds. Most of them are friends, and I have the difficult task to be sure that all the 9 speakers will speak, and will speak briefly, and will answer to a lot of important questions. And that's the second point. We will, during 1.5 hours, speak about a very important topic. I won't summarize because you will do, but in one sentence, innovation is not always a progress. And progress is not always for everyone. And the question is, with this impressive evolution of AI, how can we be sure that it will benefit to everyone, including the emerging economies and the South that I don't call global, but the vast majority of humankind? So that's the question today. As Abhishek said, we are meeting here between 2 important summits of head of states, the Paris AI Action Summit that was organized in last February, and the Delhi AI Impact Summit that will be organized next February. I just want to say that there are very important UN tracks regarding AI governance and ethics of AI, and they are of the utmost importance. But it is worth, in between those tracks, to have some meetings of head of states and to see that each of them can put the emphasis of one important aspect of this broad question. So, for example, the first one in Bletchley Park was dedicated to existential risk, and that was great. In Paris, we did speak a bit more about innovation, governance, and environmental impacts. I feel that in Delhi, it will be more focused on development, on inclusion and benefit for everyone. And that's a great story, and all the rest of the year, we are working within the different UN processes. So we'll start. So we'll try to address 3 questions in 19 minutes. First, to speak a bit about this AI divide from a let's say, global south today perspective. Then what can the multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation give to us? And then can we define together actionable pathway for inclusive AI ecosystem? And I start with the most difficult part of the debate. I will ask to each speaker, if possible in 2 minutes, to tell us from your position, your region, your responsibilities, what is the most pressing structural or technological barrier that hinders equitable AI adoption, and why does it matter for global AI system? And if you agree, Your Excellency, Minister Lawson, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Verdier. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a very important question because from our perspective, when we think of AI, we view it as a tool. And so we say three things. Three things are going to hinder AI development in Togo or in Africa or the global south, which is, from our perspective, it's going to be the lack of infrastructure. So that's number one. The second is that we need to better train our people, so I would say skills. And the third one is data set, the lack of availability of these data sets. In terms of infrastructure, we think there is we're still struggling with connectivity, with reliable electricity. As you know, we won't have access to GPUs or data centers. So when we think about how to better include the Global South in these conversations, we need to think about how to fund this infrastructure. Which types of business models do we need to support in order for this infrastructure to fill this gap? So that's number one. But number two is that when you say that AI is important, it has to be, we need to think of it as a human-centric tool. And so every time from, African perspective, when we think about artificial intelligence, we think that it needs to be used to solve our problems. So defining the problem definition, requires skills. Right now on the African continent, we're facing a major challenge, which is that we have less and less kids that choose to study math and science, And with that in mind, when we talk about skills, we know that we need to address the education challenge, which is a huge one. And then the third thing I say is data sets. For example, during the pandemic, when Togo used artificial intelligence, we used satellite imagery, so that didn't require us to have a lot of data within the country, and we also used mobile telcos metadata. But one thing that needs to be said is that if digital transformation is a challenge, it also means that a lot of our countries don't have the data that they would need on top of which they would apply algorithms. So building these data sets, which are hundreds or tens of projects that we need to develop, is also something we need to look into in order to be relevant. And why is it important to be relevant is that AI is a great tool, that's number one. Number two is that if we are not part of the conversation, we won't exist in the future. One fear that we have is that imagine the world 20 years from now, and if AI represents the totality of knowledge, if you're not part of this knowledge, someone coming from, I don't know which planet 20 years from now, looking at the data on the platform, if we don't exist on this platform, it will mean that we don't exist at all. So it's extremely relevant that we be part of this because it's going to define whether we get to even exist or not.
Thank you, Minister. Abhishek?
Yeah, I kind of echo the views of Her Excellency, like the three key ingredients for any AI application or model are infrastructure, compute mainly, and talent, skills, and data sets. In fact, when we were designing our AI strategy, we realized that on skills, we are pretty up the ladder because we are known as the tech capital of the world. Our engineers are part of almost every major initiative in digital transformation. Within India also, we have implemented India Stack and digital public infrastructure. So on talent skills, we are pretty okay. But when it came to availability of compute infrastructure and data sets, we had a lot of work to do. So India AI mission that we are implementing focuses a lot in enabling compute available. And what we have done is that we don't have as many GPUs as the US has or the big tech companies have, but we have made around 50,000 GPUs available at a very low cost, less than $1 a GPU per hour, which is available to Indian researchers, academicians, startups, so that they can start training models, they can do inferencing, they can build applications in healthcare, agriculture, education, and other sectors. So that's one initiative that we have taken to address the gap in compute infrastructure. The other is about data sets. How do we ensure that data sets from both the public and the private sector across domains, across sectors are made available? For that also, we built a platform called AI Kosh, in which we are incentivizing all key stakeholders to contribute to data sets that are AI ready, that are shareable through APIs, which can be used by developers and by entrepreneurs to build applications. When we look at adoption of AI globally, we do believe that these bottlenecks are there across. In fact, most of the AI today is controlled by a few companies in a few countries. Our focus, the Impact Summit that we will be hosting next year, will be on like how do we democratize access to AI compute, data sets, algorithms? How do we ensure that the benefits of AI are used for solving societal problems in healthcare, in agriculture, in solving problems of science and maths education? How do we address the lack of teachers who are there? How do we make education available in mother tongue? So language becomes a very, very important component. What we are working in India through a project called Bhashini, which is natural language processing, is that enabling various services in all Indian languages and mainly through voice. The voice-based LLM is our focus area, and when we are able to offer services through a voice command in the mother tongue, then we'll really be able to empower millions of people who are out of the digital ecosystem. And when that happens, it results in a lot of benefits in yield, in productivity, in benefits. So I would say that global consensus on focusing on democratizing AI, making the global south part of the conversations, ensuring that the compute, the data sets are available, algorithms are shared, applications are shared, will go a long way in ensuring that the whole world becomes a key stakeholder in AI conversations and not just ends up being AI users of solutions provided by a few companies.
Thank you very much. Friends, before giving you the floor, Yoshi-san, we know that Amandeep Singh and Thomas have to leave earlier because you have other engagements. So maybe I will pass the floor to Amandeep and then to Thomas. And maybe you can be a bit longer because we'll continue the conversation without you. So maybe, Amandeep, if you can also tell us, so why does this topic matter? And what can the multilateral and multi-stakeholder system provide as solutions? So you have 4 minutes, or 5.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
And Thomas, same there.
And thank you to you and to Abhishek for getting us together. I think there's strong momentum coming out of the Paris AI Action Summit, going into the summit to be hosted by India. The focus on AI action, AI impact is an important turn in the conversation. And I agree with you that, of course, there are more inclusive processes and they have their role. I'll come back to that in a bit. But engaging leaders on a regular basis is important. Leaders everywhere are talking about AI, they're acting on the AI-related challenges, and it's good to get them together in this summit format. Now, the agenda which Abhishek has described is very much welcome. I think on top of the existing digital divide, we have a looming AI divide. All of Africa, less than 1,000 GPUs, less than 1% of the data center capacity. Most of the data sets, language data sets, are in 6 or 7 languages. The cultural context is also very specific, North American, Western Europe. And we already see in many parts of the world where there are efforts, for example, in Japan, in the Gulf, in many other parts of the world, to find more contextually relevant data sets, find more use cases that are appropriate for that context. And Sina spoke about those use cases. I think we have to have this global dynamic and a local dynamic, without which we cannot really democratize the opportunity and advance progress on the sustainable development goals. Just a moment to reflect on how this connects with the ongoing work at the UN. Of course, you will hear from the ITU and the UNESCO on their long-standing work on AI issues, the AI for Good Summit, the AI ethics framework. But we took a decisive turn last year when the Global Digital Compact was adopted. It's the reflection of the high-level advisory body on AI, and Sharad is here. He was a distinguished member, landed in those negotiations and led to key decisions. So one decision was on setting up an international independent scientific panel. We need those regular scientific assessments. It's a fast-moving technology. It's going to impact on various sectors, employment, for example, the environment, that aspect was mentioned. So we need regular assessments based on a global perspective, not the perspective of a region or a few companies, but a global scientific perspective. Alongside that, we need a regular global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations. So the summits are there. They are important moments for leaders to engage, but on a sustained basis, on an inclusive basis, we need that dialogue so we can learn from each other. The experience of the EU with the AI Act, what's working, what's not working, China's experience with the interim measures on Gen AI, other approaches, need to see what works, what doesn't work, and also ground all this effort in our shared norms, international law, the international human rights treaties, the SDGs, and other commitments on environment, on gender, and so on. So that dialogue is crucial. And then we need to work on AI capacity building. I mentioned the AI divide. The GDC asked the SG to come back with a report on innovative financing options for AI capacity building. That draft has been finalized based on nearly 200 consultations, a lot of work across the UN system. And this will be presented, the report will be presented in September. It will allow governments and other actors, philanthropies, private sector, to consider all these aspects of compute, data, talent development, the shareable, open use cases, and how to invest in those so that the effort, for example, launched in Paris, Current AI, or the efforts recently embarked on by G7 countries, they can be put into a globally cohesive, impactful framework. And finally, there's work on standards. I'm sure Thomas will go into that. There was a decision in the GDC in the sense of we should have a regular engagement, a clearinghouse kind of engagement on standards. We build up those standards into a more coherent, more impactful set of soft regulation. So the AI safety institutes are there, started at Bletchley Park, taken forward in different ways, now being rebranded. I'm sure India has done some thinking on that. There is aspect of children's safety, which is being thought about. So how do we build standards in these various areas and come together on a regular basis, again, for the industry to benefit and for the tech community to build this technology in a trusted way. So I'm sorry I have to leave, but I leave you with these thoughts. And we are looking forward to the February AI Summit, and we will support the summit organizers, the co-hosts, going forward, just as we did in Paris. Thank you.
Thank you, Amandeep. So I'm going to... Are you in Geneva, Thomas? We miss you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, I just unmuted myself. So indeed, great journey from Geneva. Regretfully, I cannot be in Norway because of our council is ongoing, so our annual council, but really great to see you there. And goodbye, Amandeep, I think.
Please, please. Amandip did leave without his phone, so there is a trouble on the scene.
Okay.
But we are listening to you. And again, regarding the two questions, the importance of equitable AI, and what can we do, mentioning that the ITU did organize for a long time the AI for Good initiative, and you have quite an experience on it.
So thank you very much, Nuri. And indeed, it's a pleasure to be joining this panel, even this time virtually, especially as we had a very great presence and collaboration with you for the AI Action Summit in France. And indeed, where we together launched a Coalition for Sustainable AI, as you mentioned, this sustainability being key part of that conversation in Paris. And indeed, we're now looking forward to the AI Impact Summit in India, of course, next February. And again, we also, we're coming there not for the first time. Just last year we had, as part of our, on the sidelines of our World Organization Assembly, we had a, related but also independent two important events, AI for Good Impact India, as well as a first AI Standards Summit. And I think Amandeep mentioned how important is the standards collaboration there. So indeed, there's a great to build a network together with with you and make sure that this dialogue continues to be inclusive. So now back to this specific question here about the gaps. And indeed, I think the three gaps are already quite a few people mentioned. So infrastructure, and I would add finance, because for to kind of help. To have infrastructure there, we need the finance, in the end of the day. And I think here, indeed, we still have a huge gaps, not only in the basic connectivity, but also in the kind of specific data infrastructure. When we look about data centers, the whole Africa has around 1.8% the global data centers, as at the same time when having more than 18% of the global population. So disparities are pretty big. Of course, skills were mentioned in data sets as well as part of that equation. I would like to add a few more elements and maybe to explore, of course, is innovative capabilities, innovation. If you look at the patents, for example, a rough measure how we look at innovation, you see the two countries joined together really dominate that area, and then they're not leaving a lot of percentages to so how do we generate that innovativeness, innovation coming from other areas? And that means how we generate those companies that could also do that. Then trust, so the trust gap, so because around 60% of the people around the world, have issues with AI trust. So that is not necessarily unique to the, let's say, developing versus developed countries, or whichever way we look, but that is an issue around the world. The other thing that I think from our perspective is also important is a policy gap and a policy barrier. Because I think a lot of those things, they need the solid policies. And I think to create the solid policies is also interrelated. We need policymakers to understand whether they're regulating or governing. So I think this is very interrelated topic. And of course, this is a high correlation between having infrastructure and skills in the country and having the policies there as well. So our surveys of the countries have demonstrated that actually, there's a big policy gap. Still around 55% of the countries say they don't have a policy, they don't have the right policies or strategies in place. 85% of the countries don't have regulatory environments, so that's kind of more detailed. And I think without that, it's difficult to also address other barriers there. So I think that's why it is also important. What's however, for me, I find it very intriguing, what I would call maybe optimism divide. An optimism divide is inversely related to everything what I said now. If you look at the recent studies, actually, the people in Europe and other developed countries are very skeptical about AI. Or not skeptical, they're more fearful. They say, look, AI will come and take our jobs. Around 70% are actually fearful that AI may take their jobs. Whereas when you look in the global south, it's opposite. 70% of the people say, actually, AI may help us, may help develop our economies, and then 2/3 of the people, actually look forward to the applications is health and agriculture and other areas. So I think that's very interesting, So that means for me that if we are managing to bridge other gaps, infrastructure, skills, innovation, we actually have a ready-made population and talent pools, and ready-made consumer, areas, if you will, as well, that are ready to take up with AI and really use in their daily lives and allow us to kind of drive the economic and social development there. Now, what we're doing from the ITU side and the broader UN side, and I think complementing what Amandeep was already saying about some of the initiatives there. And of course, now is a crucial moment. Those of you who follow and others of us who follow AI so-called modalities resolutions, implementation of Global Digital Compact, and installing specific modalities, including International Scientific Panel on AI and Global AI Governance Dialogue. I know that conversation is continuing in New York on this, but of course we're not starting from a blank sheet of paper. The UN and ITU has done quite a bit already before to help create that AI governance fabric, if you will. So as you rightly mentioned, we have our AI for Good global summit that's running since 2017 already. That brings all the stakeholders together. Last year we had the first AI governance day. They brought around 70 countries together to exchange views on the governance as well. And of course, just in a couple of weeks, actually, 8th to 11th of July, we're looking at the next AI for Good global summit with on the second governance day on the 10th of July, where we're expecting significantly more policymakers than last year, including a few heads of state there as well. So the platform, there is a platform to build on. And of course, we're very happy that in the AI modalities resolution discussions, the AI for Good Global Summit is recognized as at least a potential venue, hopefully for the first global dialogue on AI governance that was coming out of the Global Digital Compact. The other piece is, of course, to bring everyone on board these standards, because I think to spread innovation, standards is a key tool to spread innovation, so that we don't simply innovate, but we can apply the innovation around the world in an interoperable, affordable way. So, of course, in this regard, ITU is working. We have our own suite of AI standards, more than 400 of them. But at the same time, we're working with partners within what is called World Standards Corporation, key partners there, International Electrotechnical Commission, IEC, International Standardization Organization, ISO, where we bring the standards community on AI together. Again, last year, as I mentioned already, we had the first AI Standards Summit in New Delhi, India. Looking forward in December to our second AI Standards Summit, and then during the AI for Good, 11th of July, we'll have AI Standards Exchange also to bring all the relevant organizations together to progress the joint up work on AI standards. So they are relevant, they're interoperable, they can benefit everyone there. Skills, of course, this is a very broad range of things we work to do. So, of course, we have a AI Skills Coalition, our most recent, flagship initiative with 50 partners joining us, where we aim by end of this year to have at least 10,000 people trained in AI skills in different sets of courses, but we have other long-standing parts of initiatives that bring thousands of people around the world, from our innovation factory, AI innovation factory for startups that they participate in pitching competitions, to our AI machine learning challenges, to engineers around the world, and we have a lot of interest from developing countries in that, and that all these initiatives show us that there is a really strong talent pools around the world. They just need to be tapped. And of course, and then just the last maybe initiative of all these flagship initiatives I wanted to mention is Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative that we have with 7 DFIs, development finance institutions, launched in the Brazilian G20, where we try to bridge general digital infrastructure gap, with assessed it at 1.6 trillion, but within that, of course, the infrastructure. And of course, in just over the week, just a week, we'll have Financing for Development conference in Sevilla, Spain, where we also go for UN Financing for Development 4th conference, where we're going with that flagship initiative, and we're looking how to also engage stakeholders around digital infrastructure investment. So as inclusiveness, I think maybe looking back, so what is also key is inclusivity, around the world. And I mentioned that in our AI for Good last year, we had around 70 policymakers, and some of them said it was the first time when they were in the AI governance discussion. And I think that is very important, because I think it's important that those discussions don't just, involve the usual suspects, the countries that already have the capabilities and capacities, but to really involve everyone from the get-go. And I think great to see AI impact, format, going to different parts of the world. We have a very strong participation in developing countries in Geneva. Last year we had, as I mentioned, AI for Good Impact Summit in India. We're looking forward later this year, AI for Good Impact Summit for Africa in Cape Town. So we're really also trying to bridge that inclusivity gap and make sure that this reaches everyone, both in terms of skills, infrastructure, but also importantly policy discussions that enable all. So I'll stop there, Henry, and back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for making time within a big and a huge agenda. So now I will come back to my initial schedule, but we are changing slightly. so I will try to mix the two questions, Yoshi-san and the other speakers. So first, what is, from your perspective, the main barrier against the equitable adoption of AI? And what can we do in the multi-stakeholder cooperation framework? I observe a tendency to a kind of consensus with the three gaps, but I feel that we are not going far enough. And I was thinking, listening to all of you, sadly, we have examples of great technologies that were not used for the best. Television could have been a brilliant tool for education and didn't become a real resource for education. Genetically modified organisms could have been a solution for agriculture in tropical eras and didn't. So we know from history that sometimes there are brilliant innovations that don't turn enough into progresses. So collectively, we have to think further. And the position of Japan is very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much, Henri, and thank you very much, Abhishek, for the invitation. I try to be brief, but let me talk about the Japan situation before I talk about the international efforts. And if you look at the Japan, we have the very unique challenges of the rapidly aging society and also even the decreasing population. So we really need to make the full use of technologies such as AI in our society to keep the energy and the liveliness of the society and the community. So from this perspective, the trust of the people in technology is the very, very important element, and also the skills and the literacy are also very important elements in order to make people use the technology without concern and in the very efficient way. Of course, we have a lot of problems elaborated by the colleague from Togo, and also I envy Abhishek when you talk about the skills are okay for India. We have a lot of problems in computing resources and also the data set, and also the skills and the literacy of the people. But as I said in the beginning, the most urgent problem for Japan is how to make use of this technology to benefit the society, and the literacy and skill of people, and also the trust of the society in the technology is very, very important. That is why we enacted AI law at the end of the last month, which people call not AI regulation law, but AI promotion law. So the law is trying to push the AI usage in the society forward by generating and growing the people's trust and also the literacy and the skills. So education is very, very important for us. That requires the government the very radical transformation of the old system, not only in the education, but also the labor's reskilling or maybe the understanding of the people on technology. So a lot of things have to be done before the government. And also, I don't believe when we want to make use of the AI technology in the society, we have to use the technologies from abroad, across the borders. I don't believe, all requirement, all demands of Japanese people for AI can be fulfilled by the domestic technologies and domestic businesses. So that is why we need very much coherent and interoperable governance frameworks across the regions and across the countries, across the jurisdictions, so that we can make use of the AI models and the systems without concern when they come from the abroad. And that is why we are promoting the initiative called the Hiroshima Process, which encourage the AI companies to assess the risks and the challenges in their AI models and take appropriate measures, and also share the information, relevant information with the public very openly. And so by doing so, we believe we can foster the trust among people on this very powerful technology of AI, and people can make use of the technology without concern. So that is our approach, and these are our challenges. And in order to do that, we have to work not only with the government from around the world, but also with the stakeholders from businesses, civil society, and academia, all kinds of communities, all together to achieve a type of co-governance which will bring a very safe, secure, and trustworthy AI ecosystem across the world. So that is what we are doing now, and I hope we share the same understanding with all colleagues here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoshi. So I'm going to Maria Grazia. Before the meeting, you told me that we need also a technical strategy for inclusion. So maybe because there is this is too consensual, so we need new ideas.
It is consensual. Merci, Henri. Seems like my microphone now is going on. So thanks a lot for the question. And actually I had to take note because it got more and more complex by the time we were talking about, and I would like to avoid being repetitive. And it's true. Perhaps, I mean, you said it before, like a complex problem needs to be unpacked and analyzed well in order to find suitable solution. And you ask what are the regions of the world? Well, UNESCO has 194 member states, so our territory is the world. And what are the sectors, and what do we do in different sectors? Well, we cover any sector, from culture to education to any other sector in our activities. So the question of the key barriers becomes one, in my mind, of systematizing the problem. That is the endowment. That was an issue that was already raised, the computability, the endowment of the infrastructure, the ability, so it's not only the physical infrastructure, but also the human capital infrastructure, the availability of the relevant skills. Let me add a point there. In order to work, live, thrive in what we can now call the AI era, of course, and we heard, we need to train, also Thomas mentioned that, more people in STEM, for instance, people that really deal with AI, build AI. But we also need to endow the population with the social-emotional skills that are needed in order to address the change, because let's not forget that, and this goes to the technical issue we were mentioning, that deploying AI in any environment, from public institutions to companies, entails non-negligible organizational changes, both in the tasks that people need to do in their jobs, the very jobs that will be available, and those that will be built. So there are a number of components that go into that. It's not, let's say, one component. Perhaps the solution is in the mix. And why this relates also to the governance? Because you need to have, in order to have these assets around the table that allow you to leverage the opportunities that AI may offer, you really need to have the institutions. You need to have the legislation. All of you were mentioning legislation, for instance, initiatives that have been passing in your countries in order to address the AI transformation. And we also need to learn from each other. So that's exactly what UNESCO has been doing through what we call the readiness assessment methodology. That is an analysis, and for instance, now we're working with India to finalize theirs, something that gives you a picture of where the country is. It's not a ranking. So let's say perhaps the beauty of the inclusiveness of AI is that, between brackets, nobody has it right or wrong. There are good practices, and I emphasize good because the best is not there yet. Nobody has the solution to the problem. But there are good practices from everywhere in the world, and in this sense, the Global South does show, and again, I don't really like this name, but that's the way in which typically it's referred to, because there are different components and different aspects that need to be taken into account, and everybody can contribute to that. And perhaps the narrative has been going in a direction which is somewhat partial. We typically talk about inequalities in AI in developed versus developing world, let's remember, and this is something, for instance, that is very much on the table in the current discussion in the context of the G20, of the within countries inequalities. And you, Yoichi, underline one important, that is the generational one. It is not the same thing to deal with AI when you have a generation that an average age of the population that is relatively low, where it is relatively easy to endow the population with certain type of skills because they are closer to education, they are more receptive, than when you have a population that is getting older. So there are a number of components that need to be around the table, and perhaps a basic understanding, and this is what Henri was referring to when we were talking before, and is that there is another typically sold kind of false legend that is that, including basically benefits only the included. Mm-hmm. Actually, what we know about AI is that if we have biased data, if we don't have the infrastructure there, if we don't have governance mechanism, if, for instance, a number of languages are not included, and so certain communities don't have their societal habits, contribution reflected in that, ultimately, the AI itself is performing worse. So it's not able to address, when you go in what it is called in the jargon, in the wild testing, it will perform worse. So it will actually generate systems that are not as performing or as fit for purpose as they should. So including bringing more actors around the table, as you mentioned, for instance, the multi-stakeholder, having better data, more representative data, including women, for instance, in the AI transformation, does not only benefit those that are included, but actually those that included. So ultimately, inclusive AI is actually very good businesses because it's more accessible and brings better benefits. Another component that we were mentioning is also about the companies, and this refers again to inclusiveness from a different perspective. Now we are talking about who is already in the game and who would like to enter the game, so to speak. So if we think about what is the constituency nowadays in AI, we see a number of very big corporations that typically are from a certain number of countries. Well, there are a number of startups that are aiming to scale up that are not really finding easy to do so. But why should it be in our interest to let them do that? Because there is plenty of evidence that radical innovation, breakthrough innovations, tend to come from young and small entities. There is plenty of research about that. And so the issue is whether we only care about the AI for today, or we do care also about the AI for tomorrow, because unless we let these companies bloom, the likelihood that the payoffs from AI will be there also tomorrow, new types of AI, are less likely. And these all, nevertheless, has to happen within some guardrails, like the ones, for instance, foreseen in the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. And I will close it there because we have seen again and again in history that what is technically feasible, it doesn't necessarily need being societally desirable. So perhaps we need to have a conversation about what we do not want AI to do, and let the rest bloom to address the many challenges that society is facing these days.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to our online friends, and maybe I will start with Audrey. The OECD is another important multilateral and multi-stakeholder body, and you have various initiatives, including hosting the GPI, that is our favorite project from France, because I did negotiate the beginning of the GPI 7 years ago. So do you think that we are in the good direction to be sure that we do include in this multilateral and multi-stakeholder conversation the developing countries and the needs of the developing countries?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and hi everybody. It's great to be here. Thanks for organizing this really important discussion. So the short answer is yes. I think we're on an excellent track to being inclusive in the context of the Global Partnership on AI, which is no longer a hosted entity at the OECD. It's part of the OECD, which we're very pleased to have announced last year in India. at the summit of GPay. So with that, we hope that the expansion of GPay will be interesting to a large set of countries that are at a level of development in AI that they can come to the table and work on a set of different topics, many of which have been discussed here today. And so I think in terms of the question around where we see divides, I will try not to be redundant of things that others have said, but I do think there's some institutional divides and capacity divides in terms of the ability for countries to participate in certain activities. And I think that's where Thomas mentioned policy divides, and we do see a lot of effort, and I want to commend colleagues in UNESCO and across the UN system for their work as well to try to accelerate governments' efforts to develop policies and strategies to put AI central to government policy. But we see that there's still a lot of work to do there. For example, we maintain a database, the largest database of AI policy initiatives around the world, and we cover over 72 jurisdictions, but there's a lot of room for improvement and growth, but also learning from each other. And so not just collecting the information and data from countries about their efforts, but also finding ways to access and share that data that helps build capacity in other countries. So I think on the policy and institutional capacity of countries and governments to participate in the global dialogue, there's a lot of room for us to work collectively to bring others along. And GPay is a place where we are fully committed to doing that. I want to also say about the infrastructure piece, because many people have mentioned it, and it's exceedingly important, not just for AI development and deployment, but also for general digital transformation. And we see that there's, of course, a lot of opportunity there. And I just want to mention one project because it's new and not yet totally public, of a new methodology we're developing to measure compute availability in different countries. We're talking about that in the GPay context. For those of you who are at that table, but I think it will be really important that we put good empirical evidence behind some of the discussions that we're having at the political and policy level, so that we can actually, eventually move the needle on where things like investment is going and where business opportunities are moving. And so I want to also echo the reality of financial divides in terms of investment in AI and the ability, as other colleagues have said, for small and medium enterprises, which are, of course, the lifeblood of the economy, of the global economy, to engage in the AI world. And then I think in terms of the skills and education divide, I think these are different things, and we need to think more granularly about what we're trying to do with skills and with education. Everything from early education in STEM all the way through upskilling and training of workers and aging populations. And I think what we're seeing is targeted media literacy programs, targeted efforts to meet different populations within a country and across countries where they are, is extremely important, not just for their ability to adapt to AI coming into their lives, but also to generally adapt to digital transformation. And I think the more global cooperation and sharing of experiences that we can have in that regard, the better the outcomes will be in the long term. And I completely agree that we need to be thinking longer term, not just today and tomorrow, but where is our population, where our society is going to be in the next 10 to 20 to 30 years in using this technology. With that, I think I would say that finally we see in terms of culture and language, which many people mentioned, one important effort that we have at the OECD is our AI Observatory. You're probably all very familiar with it. And one of the big efforts there, in order to help contribute to a more multilingual, multicultural environment, is we're trying to make as much of that data available in multilingually as possible. And so, for example, if you go to the live data coverage on the observatory and you look at the media coverage of AI, you can see and read about what's happening in AI in many, many, many different languages. The same is true for the incident monitor that we've been building, where we've developed a methodology for classifying problems that happen in the ecosystem relating to AI systems. And there you can look in native language across different countries around the world. And so I think the more that we can cooperate both on the data side and on the policy side, the better picture that we're going to have of what's working and what's not working. And then finally, I think lastly, and I'll close with this in the interest of time, that the game changer in AI, particularly in the developing world, is going to be adoption and diffusion across different aspects of industries and society. And I think, and that's the case really for all countries, and everybody, even big countries, are grappling and challenged to how do we use this technology. So that's a shared experience that everyone is going through. It's how do we make ourselves more competitive, more productive by using these technologies. And I think that's a big opportunity around the various international tables, multilateral tables, to really work together to get the best possible outcomes for our population. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we are going to Antigua and Barbuda and to ask to Andrea Jacobs, what's your view regarding this question?
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. And, you know, I've heard a lot of unpacking from different regions. And Antigua and Barbuda certainly sits with Africa on what was said. So the Caribbean and more broadly among small island developing states, the most pressing structural barrier to equitable AI adoption is the lack of robust digital infrastructure and institutional readiness. And this sentiment, dare I say, is echoed across the global South. And this includes unreliable connectivity, particularly in the rural areas and outer island areas. Then we have weak data ecosystems, which limit our ability to develop context-relevant AI. And then we would have limited regulatory and technical capacity to ensure safe, ethical, and inclusive AI use. On the technological side, there's a major imbalance. We are overwhelmingly consumers of AI technologies that are developed elsewhere. And oftentimes, our realities, languages, or priorities in mind, most of these companies don't bear this in mind. And as you know, the people who are the persons, or the companies rather, who makes the AI products, they might not think about people in the global South, or even Black and brown people, dare I say, and that's where the biases come in. So the tools that we adopt are not built for us, and that poses a real risks. And then the question is, why would this matter, right? Why does this matter for the global South? Well, if these disparities continue to go unaddressed, global AI will continue to serve the few rather than the many, reinforcing existing power imbalances, embedding biases, and excluding billions from shaping the future of technology. And this is why in Antigua and Barbuda, we speak about having a seat at the table all the time, every time in these AI meetings, because the world needs to know that we are in an era where we are being left behind. The private companies are making these products. We're not getting our voices heard enough. We don't even have rules and regulations. We don't have good governance structures. We don't understand the ethics of AI, how it's going to impact people in the global South, and more importantly, Black and brown people like myself. And the situation is very, very real. And then we're moving into the context of AGI, which is the next level of AI. And we haven't even mastered narrow AI as yet. And we're moving forward towards general AI. So we need to be a part of the conversation, not just as recipients, but as equal partners in co-creating values, rules, and technologies that will define our shared digital future. And then lastly, for us in the Caribbean, and somewhat in the global South, because I talk a lot to my partners in the global South, and we have this view. We need local infrastructure, talent development. We need culturally relevant innovation ecosystems, and we need stronger participation for countries in the global South. As long as we remain primarily consumers of the air products made elsewhere, Without a seat at the design and decision-making table, we risk adopting tools that entrench inequality instead of empowering transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to our friend Sharad. Sharad, I don't see you so far. Again, same question about this AI divide and how can cooperation help to fix it?
Right. So let's look at digital divide first. Digital divide in some countries has been coming down quite rapidly. India is an example of that. And there are many lessons to learn from that. At the same time, we must realize that the AI divide is a very big problem, because we know that the first version of AI that we have is actually social media. Social media is entirely AI driven, right? And that is how the social media platforms ensure that we spend, increasing time on their platforms, year after year. Now, so the question, of course, is how have we done in dealing with these pernicious effects of AI diffusion in the world of social media? I would say we have done very poorly. What is the test? The test is, do these new systems change the balance of power between the citizen and the state in the favor of the state? Do these systems change the balance of the power between the consumer and the provider in the favor of the provider? The answer to that is yes. And therefore, ironically, we are in a session of internet governance. We have to go back and look at this and say, why has our current efforts of internet governance, especially when it comes to Web 2.0, failed? This situation is not getting better, it is getting worse. So if we have to make progress with AI, we have to first acknowledge that the last 10, 15 years are years of failure, and not perpetuate the things that we have been doing, which have led to this failure. So what are those things? There are three that I like to point out based on the experience of India Stack that Abhishek mentioned early on. First is traditional regulation has to be replaced by techno-legal regulation. Our Prime Minister talked about it at the AI Summit in his brief speech there. This is absolutely essential. The old form of regulation can be gamed by the producers of digital services or AI services. They could do it 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they'll be able to do it as we move forward. So we have to bring in a new regulatory paradigm, and that is techno-legal. There's a lot of kind of learnings about that here in India, which are available to the rest of the world. The second is we have to change the nature of innovation. Innovation has to become an innovation that is built on public goods and private innovation. Because if you don't have public goods and the innovation is entirely in the realm of private sector, then as Andrea pointed out, the outcomes are going to be terrible. We will all be just consumers, not producers. India will have super teachers, we'll have super doctors, we'll have better medical devices, even our students will learn better. But the people who will provide those AI models to make it happen will not be from India. And the value capture of all this will not be in India. So this is a very serious problem that we are looking at. And therefore, we have to look at the innovation architecture itself. And the third, I don't know whether Amandeep is still there, but one of the big takeaways from the UN AI advisory body is that we have to create a new type of an infrastructure, a public infrastructure for data set sharing that is controlled and yet unlocks hidden data from companies and countries in a manner that they can control. And in the UN report, that is the recommendation number 6, Global Training Data Sharing Framework, and that is absolutely essential. India is in a very advanced form of building that out. And again, it was mentioned at the Paris AI Summit by our Prime Minister We call it DEPA. And why do we call it DEPA? Because it's about data empowerment and data protection. The two have to go hand in hand, and that requires fresh thinking as well. So I'll end here by simply saying more of the same is a recipe for disaster. We must acknowledge as a group of people that we have to make a new beginning. If we don't make a new beginning, just keep doing what we've been doing for the last 10, 15 years, we will not get good outcomes, good results. And then we will just be a talking shop, and we'll collect here again 5, 10 years from now and lament how little has changed from where we are today. So let's please make a fresh start. The Indian AI Impact Summit will attempt to bring these ideas to the table, and we are hoping that as you participate in that in February, you get infected by this spirit of making a fresh beginning and taking these new ideas into the realm, into the AI realm as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharad. So now I will reschedule everything regarding the end of this roundtable. We will focus to one question. I will ask this question to the 6 speakers, because Abhishek, you will conclude. And the question is quite simple. Can you share with us your suggestions for actionable pathway, concrete ideas to build really inclusive AI ecosystem? But I have to mention that when we started 1 hour ago, I did ask to every speaker to speak in 2 minutes. The only one that did respect the rules was Minister Lawson, because then I did change the rule because of Abhishek, Amandeep, sorry, etc. So we give a bit more time to Minister Lawson, maybe 5 minutes, and I beg the other speakers to stay in 2 minutes because we would love to exchange a bit with the room, if possible. So question, concretely, actionable ideas, what can we do to progress in the field of inclusivity? Mr. Lawson.
Thank you very much. So the first comment I'll make is that AI has to work for us. It means that we have to make sure that it is designed to solve our problems, our local problems. The instances where we used AI in Togo were to really solve our problem. Number one, it was to, we used AI to prioritize beneficiaries for our financial aid programs. The second instance when we used AI, it was to design better network. We were deploying fiber networks, and we used AI to really build the itineraries in a way that the networks would be efficient. So I'm saying that because when we think of AI as a tool and we say, okay, it has to work for us, it also implies few other things. One issue we faced when we were doing that was the availability of local data. So there is a bit of work that needs to be done to build this data and the data sets. I really appreciated the comment on public infrastructure for data sets that was made earlier. I think it's extremely relevant for the Global South. The second comment I'll make is that today, most of AI and AI platforms are designed in a language that is not our language. I mean, the majority of what people call the Global South speak different languages, and so we need to make sure that the new platforms and the new systems that are designed in local language, because by designing them in local language, we can have better participation and also relevant data sets, because that's also the issue, is that, if you build something that seems a bit foreign, then it's extremely difficult. The one comment that was made has also to do with culture, to make sure that the data sets represented our culture. And so I'm saying that because if in the future AI platforms will represent reality or will represent the totality of knowledge, we have to make sure that our cultures are also represented in these platforms. And I think that the summit with India, and India is well known to have such a diverse, culture within the 1.2 billion, population. So I think that India can really be a huge driver to making sure that, there is a diversity in culture. The third thing I would say is that one thing that is extremely important for us in Togo is to make sure that we are part of the solution. So enough, and I think you've heard it everywhere, that the Global South does not want to be just consumer. So what it means is that we need more alliances or programs to fund research. Research on the continent, researchers, joint programs of research. I know that we had conversations, and many countries had conversations with India and other places to send researchers, to fund research, and so on. So research programs are going to be extremely important in this new world, and also shared infrastructure, because we did mention that we lack GPUs and other things, and that we didn't have enough data centers. So it means that we need to build new programs, new models where we share infrastructure. And I think that we need to build a business case and new business models that take that reality into account. And again, I'm looking to India, saying that these types of outcomes need to be discussed during the summit, which kind of models that we need to build so that we can make sure that the Global South is part of this new world. The last comment I'll make, and it's an important one, has to do with training. How do we design the new training programs? Because we do realize that we have a training issue, we have a skills issue, but this talent training, we need to have conversations about effective talent training. And I think that there's not a lot of investment being made at the global level with regards to training talent, and without us needing to send talent abroad to be trained. How do we build models and programs within the continent and within the Global South, so that we improve talent training is also going to be extremely relevant. And I think that in all these, when we talk about all these issues, India is pioneering in some of these issues, and the conversations need to happen during the next summit. So the key word here is participation, training, and research, and local languages. These are all words that, are very important.
Thank you very much. So for the next speakers, one idea, one priority, how to implement some concrete pathway. Yoshi?
Okay. Thank you very much.
What's the most important?
Okay, yeah. Actually, if we want to materialize some AI application, AI services based on the concrete demands and concrete necessity of the people, maybe we need to work in multi-stakeholder way, and we need to work together to understand each other and create the AI services which respond to the concrete demands from individual users. And probably the global partnership on AI GPay would be one of the good forums to realize a multi-stakeholder approach. And also India Summit will be also another opportunity. We are also running the Hiroshima Process Friends Group, where the many developing countries are joining, and also we work together with AI companies and businesses, and also international organizations such as OECD or UNESCO to understand and create the new values through AI services. So we must have many opportunities to realize materialize the multi-stakeholder approach into the on-the-ground services or on-the-ground AI application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Grazia.
So actually, I think we should move, now that it seems to agree, we agree on the what, we should move to the whom and the how. Because if we really want impact, we need to know who's around the table and how we do things. The other thing is to move from fixing the problems ex post to having ethical by design, and ethical means that abides by human rights, human dignity, and fundamental freedoms, because everything becomes much easier then. And then also the other thing that I think is important in order to move towards the impact is to move beyond a biased data type of approach, whereby we think that if we fix the data to start with, the rest will come with it. Well, because there are a number of inequalities, there might be a number of challenges that emerge by the time we deploy the AI systems in the real world. And so moving from having a suitable design, a good implementation, but checking after, as we do with any other product, I think is fundamental to make sure that AI responds to what our societal needs. I'm trying to be very disciplined here.
And you were. Thank you very much. So I'm going online now, and I'm coming back to Paris. Audrey, your main idea?
Well, I think the main thing I would offer at this point is to join us at the Global Partnership on AI to advance on some of these topics. And with that, I'll probably save you a lot of time to get through the other speakers. But there's a lot of really exciting work happening. It's founded on the OECD AI principles, which are familiar to everyone. And that community is driving forward on topics like deploying AI in agriculture, working on AI in transport systems. And so I invite you all to come work with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are coming back to Caribbean region. Andrea?
Okay, so I'm going to choose my top two, even though I have maybe 5. So until we progress to becoming producers of the AI products, we remain first and foremost consumers. So we need to understand that. And as consumers, we have a vested interest in how these technologies are built, governed, and applied. We need to understand that, first of all, we're consumers at the moment. We will progress to being producers, but until then, we remain consumers. And that is why the Global South must use our collective strength. We must use our collective voices to ensure that we advocate for inclusive, transparent, and accountable AI governance frameworks. Then the second thing is we need to start to develop and invest in local data ecosystems. Data rights, all that sort of stuff, we need to ensure that our peoples have the knowledge and the skills to retool and to upscale. So those are my top 2, and I'll pass it on to Sharad for brevity.
Thank you very much. Sharad?
I mentioned some points last time, but I'll share another learning that we've had. But to place it in context, today, India will do more than 50% of the world's digital transactions. These are not just commerce transactions. These are direct benefit transfer transactions, which the poor people in India rely on to get their benefits from the government. And those benefits, of course, come from our taxpayers. This also includes the tax-paying transactions. And again, India leads in that. More than 50% of the world's tax-paying transactions by volume happen in India. And so therefore, all this has happened since 2012. You know why? Because many reasons, techno-legal, DPI, and stuff like that. But in addition to that, as Henri knows, we were relentlessly focused on this persona that we had to take care of. And that was a street vendor called Rajini. Some of you may have seen those slides, right? And by being relentlessly focused on that street vendor for the past 13 years, it kept us focused, determined to be able to solve this problem that we're talking about. Now, when it comes to AI, we are gravitating to picking on young adults as our focus area. Because young adults, while the AI may lift them and make them better students, but it has also the potential to have an enormously destructive effect on their lives. They may lose their cultural moodings. They may get distracted by pornography. they may get distracted by gambling and gaming. There are a number of concerns that arise when it comes to child safety. And adult safety is important. When I would say child safety is super important. And it is also important from this sovereignty perspective. Is each country perpetuating the culture to these young children that are going to be, living digitally and using AI systems? So that is our focus. And I would suggest that this ought to be a global focus, not just an India focus, not just a global South focus. It ought to be a global focus. And if we now rally around this and measure ourselves and say, are we making progress in protecting our children while we empower them with AI? I think we will have more flexibility in deciding what works, what doesn't work, because that will be the touchstone. It is not working, let's try something else to make progress over the next 10, 15 years. So this would be my submission to all of you.
Thank you, Sharad. So thanks all of you because you did save time, so I can ask the same question to Abhishek. Then we'll take a few questions. So if you are new in the IGF system, I tell you, if you want to ask a question, you go in line after the first speaker, and then Abhishek, you will conclude completely. So your 2 points regarding concrete outcome.
Yeah, what we need to do, a lot has already been spoken, and I would say that if I have to list what we need to do individually as countries, in India, of course, our focus is to build in voice-enabled services so that we use the technology of AI, NLP, and Gen AI to empower those who are not part of the digital ecosystem. As a community, as a group of nations, that we are working together, what we need to do is that can we create a framework in which we enable access to compute, to data sets and algorithms to larger countries of the global south. And how to do it? If we can build repositories of AI solutions, like we came up with the global DPI repository, like DPI solutions which can be shared across nations as an outcome of the G20 summit that we hosted. Similarly, can we create a repository of AI applications across sectors which can be shared with different countries and they can be adopted and deployed. For example, if we have an AI-based application to diagnose cancer or diagnose tuberculosis or help farmers, they will have use cases across geographies, across countries. Even though one country has developed it, but it can be deployed elsewhere. So repository of AI-based applications will be one of my wishes that we should work together. And similarly, another thing that is required, like we all talk about data sets. And when we talk about data sets, anonymization, privacy preservation becomes equally important. So can we develop tools which can be shared across countries? Can we kind of fast forward the development of datasets platform, enabling data sharing within various stakeholders, not only within our own countries, but globally? If we are able to build that framework, Sharad mentioned about the DAPA framework that we have, so that can have an application for global data sharing protocols, and that would really, really fast forward building AI applications and models across the world. So I would conclude by saying that these are my wish lists within India about voice-based services, and as a global community, building repository of AI applications and tools for enabling data sharing and building applications.
Thank you, Abhishek. So I'm supposed to be the moderator, so I don't contribute. Maybe my 2 cents, I just mentioned that the utmost importance of public research and common knowledge. We need to have a common knowledge for humankind, and we need to empower public research too. Not just this, but too. So please, we have 3 questions, if I'm correct.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Martina Legala-Malakova. I'm president at GaiaX Hub Slovakia. I am vice chair at SME Committee at Business at OECD, and I am also MAC 2024. My question is exactly to you, Mr. Henry Verdier. It's pity that you are not a speaker today, a very good speaker often. So I don't know if you heard this idea from Joseph Gordon-Levitt, we shared today about that several companies earn money on our data, and they should give back this money or this benefits what they have to us as a citizen, and maybe also to SMEs. My question is, in principle, I agree with this idea, but I don't know how to do it because it could change completely all the economy, all the system. So my question is, do you have this idea? Do you have how to do it in the world, this model? Thank you.
Complex question, and I'm not supposed to be a speaker. In a nutshell, we have an experience with social network. They did take some advertising revenue, and they did weaken a bit the ecosystem of media. If we had asked those companies to pay us, it would have been, I don't know, 2 or 3 euros a year. That's not a lot compared to the benefits they do and the negative externalities they generate. So it might be useful, and especially, that's why I did mention for the press, for example, for some content producers, it cannot be a global solution to finance the global development of humankind. But that's an interesting point. Please, second question, for a real speaker.
It actually follows on from what the last question was asked. So my name is Deanne Hewitt-Mills, and I run a global data protection office consultancy. So essentially, we have responsibility for overseeing data protection, cyber, AI compliance for large multinationals. And I was actually we're sort of UK-based, but we're global. So I'm here in Norway, actually launching our Nordics branch. And I was actually one of the first data protection officers to attain what's called the B Corp standard. And B Corp as I say, the office is based in the UK. It's a standard where organizations have demonstrated high levels in ESG, so environmental, social, governance. And what we have to do is demonstrate that we're a business that's a force for good. So you actually have to attest to what you've done to make a positive social impact and actually have a report that sets this out on a yearly basis, and then you're renewed every 3 years. And I've done this because I really believe in using business as a force for good. And I think actually it would be a great thing if many other organizations, because I'm not a large tech business with deep pockets, but I've seen the social impact that I've been able to have. And I think, other organizations could be made to do the same. I'm really pleased to see all the women on this panel, because I think if you actually invest in women and invest in women-owned businesses, and then also have a structure where businesses are required to demonstrate their social impact, I think there's a lot that can be done to improve governance in this space. So it's actually just a recommendation based on a real-life case, which is the example of what I have done as a business owner.
Thank you. I'm not sure this is a question, but does someone want to answer? Or please.
I just would like to point to something that you pointed to perhaps implicitly, and this trust, which is really fundamental for all the business of AI. And also for the data, because if we don't trust now with all the regulations that we have, that, finally help try to protect us and say, look, you might want to take yes or no to giving this data, we will get more and more patchy data sets that in order to build AI on is going to be really challenging. You will have to do, and I mean, we know, there was someone talking before about AGI, but for instance, let's talk about synthetic content. Let's talk about how to use it in a decent way for a good reason, for instance, to fix patchy data in order to have representative data sets. So it all goes about, in my mind, also the trust that we need to have consensus, you were mentioning, Henry, that is about let's leverage the technology in the way we want. And again, because it actually does good to the technology and the businesses themselves, and that's what you were actually pointing to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nupur Chunchunwala. I run a foundation that unlocks the potential of neurodiverse individuals globally. We work with governments on this, and today I've heard a lot about inclusion and diversity. Unfortunately, it's only in the context of the South or language and culture, but I think a good reminder is that humans are diverse. We have an aging population, over 10% that's going to get impacted. We have, of course, gender. We have ability in terms of disabilities that are coming on, and a large population of neurodiverse individuals. Our latest data on Gen Z is 53% of Gen Z identify as being neurodiverse. these groups, if not included in the AI revolution, will have a big we will have a big issue of divide that goes beyond the global south or language. I think, I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment, but how do you include them in the conversations on international cooperation, the SDG goals, impact on children, because AI is also rewiring their brains. We see a lot around the anxious generation and their mental health, employability. So
I don't know who wants to answer. Online, someone online? 1, 2, 3. Someone in the room?
I don't want to monopolize this conversation, but it's true that at UNESCO we do have a full program about inclusiveness of people with disabilities, from sport to AI, so that it's addressed from many points of view. And actually, going towards the starting of your questions, that is about neurodiversity. Yes. UNESCO, perhaps you don't know, but UNESCO in the UN system is tasked with dealing with the ethics of new technologies, hence the work on AI and what it brought us today. And the latest recommendation that has been worked on is about neurotechnologies and the impact they have on rights, on the people, on, again, what society wants them to do or not to do. And the special attention is also put at the crossroad between AI and neurotech, because that's where the biggest impact may be on societies. So there are ways of actually bringing into the conversation these different aspects. And when we say inclusivity, we say inclusivity 360 degrees.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will let Abhishek conclude our work, but just to mention, I will quote you, Minister, but I will quote Thomas too. Thomas spoke about the optimist divide. And I remember you told me once, in the North, you are pretty sure that you will have some benefits from AI. So you try to fix the problems, risk, etc. We are not sure so far that we will benefit from AI enough. So that's maybe the difference, and that's why we did design this event today regarding this divide. And yes, we know and we respect that there are a lot of other divides, but this one is very important and has to be considered as itself. We have more than 3 minutes, Abhishek, to thank you for this initiative and to let you conclude our work.
No. I must thank you all. Thank you, especially Henri, for moderating it so beautifully. In fact, I was initially thinking that we have 10 speakers. How would you manage? But you did it beautifully. You got everyone to contribute. And the thoughtful contributions that came from all of you, and especially all the panelists, different perspectives from all over. It was very, very useful, very relevant, and we have given us a lot of inputs as we frame the themes for the AI Impact Summit. Over the last 90 minutes, we not only kind of identified the various barriers, various obstacles, what needs to be fixed for moving ahead on the AI story that limits equitable access to AI, but we also found opportunities, identified solutions, identified interventions that can help shape us a future where AI will truly work for everyone. One very important message that was also came out in the discussions today, especially with the references to the Friends, the Hiroshima process, the UNESCO's efforts, the OECD, the GPA efforts, the UN efforts, is that there is an urgent need for inclusive multilateralism, one that listens to and is shaped by experiences of the global majority. How do we ensure that countries of the global south also become part of the conversations at every forum, whether we make them, the efforts which are made to make GPA more inclusive, the efforts to involve the developing countries in the Hiroshima process, the UNESCO's work on ethics, or the UN's efforts to kind of bring together consensus with the Global Digital Compact initiative. So this also, we also heard about the importance of addressing the gaps in access to infrastructure. How do we ensure culturally grounded data sets? How do we enable cross-border cooperation? And above all, how do we move from high-level commitments to real actionable pathways? That becomes very, very important. And as we mentioned right in the beginning, this event we had planned with IGF and support from Henri as a precursor to the AI Impact Summit, which we'll host in February 2026. And the ideas which I shared today will become part of the themes, as I mentioned, as we move forward. And I look forward to involving you as we develop the concept notes and the themes and we curate the sessions. This dialogue will continue through a participatory and transparent process, including when we plan the sessions of the May Summit, we'll be doing public consultations, we'll be doing online meetings, we'll have working groups which will work with in the collaborative spirit, and we'll have an open call for side events. We'll look forward to various entities, whether they're from the government or civil society or multilateral bodies or important stakeholders who hold side events during the summit. We invite all of you to stay connected, engaged as co-creators for the journey as we plan the summit in February. On behalf of Government of India and the India AI Mission, I would once again like to thank the IGF Secretariat, the Government of Norway, and our distinguished moderator, Ambassador Henri Verdier, each of our speakers on Her Excellency the Minister, Yochi, Maria, Amandeep, Sharad, Audrey, for joining us today and making this session so meaningful and rich in substance. We look forward to building on this momentum and seeing most of you at the AI Summit in February next year. Thank you, and look forward for the remaining sessions of the IGF here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Henri.
One time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, wow, the sound is high. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. I guess we can sit in the order.
If you go next to the clicker.
Yeah, be fine.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for this very important discussion on information integrity on climate change, a discussion that is at somehow the crossroads of different issues. Information integrity, of course, climate change, of course, but also, and this is why we're here today in Oslo, internet governance and how the internet has reshaped our information ecosystems and what we can do about it to preserve access to reliable information on an issue, a crucial issue that is climate change. Information integrity and climate disinformation, you will see this through the presentation of our panelists today, is a very important topic, and it really, and we'll have some evidence from researchers and colleagues, it really delays our ability to tackle climate change, and to us at the Forum on Information and Democracy, it is also a democratic issue. It is a democratic issue when climate disinformation is weaponized for political purposes and political gains. It is a democratic issue when journalists who are investigating climate change, environmental issues are targeted, are threatened, and in the worst case, are murdered. And it is a democratic issue when access to information, to facts, to knowledge is undermined, and we can clearly see today that all and a lot of knowledge institutions are being targeted for doing their work. And this is why at the Forum on Information and Democracy, we launched a dedicated work stream with the signatory states of the Partnership for Information and Democracy on ensuring information integrity on climate change and other environmental issues. This work stream is co-led by Brazil and Armenia, as Brazil will host, as a lot of you may know, COP30 in November, and as Armenia will host COP17 on biodiversity next year. The reason we launched this work stream is because we want to ensure that the answers that will be brought to this specific challenge also respect democratic principles including transparency of powers, plurality of information, access to reliable information, and something that is really dear to our heart, the political and ideological neutrality of the information and communication space and the entities that structure this information space. Because I have the privilege of being the first one to talk, I will just stress on one specific point that is related to information integrity. The fact that to have information integrity, we need people and institutions that provide reliable, independent, trustworthy information. And I would like to stress the importance of environmental journalists and the media that are doing this work of investigating climate change and environmental issues. And to us, we need to ensure that they can do their job freely and safely, that we have access to their facts and to their findings through social networks and throughout the information ecosystems, and that their work is also sustainable, and we're doing a lot of work on media sustainability these days. So thanks a lot. I would like to thank again all our panelists today. We'll have a very important presentation on different efforts that are being done, notably the global initiative on, for information integrity on climate change that is led by actually the three first panelists, Brazil, the UN, and UNESCO. And I will just like to start with you, Eugenio Garcia, the Director of the Department for Science, Technology, and Intellectual Property at the Brazil Ministry for Foreign Affairs. If you could start by presenting Brazil's leadership in the global initiative and how the idea emerged, and what are the challenges that the initiative aims to address, and why it is such a priority for Brazil. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Glad to be here. I think for Brazil, it's clear that the climate crisis is real, it's urgent, and not something for tomorrow. And in Brazil, we have been severely affected by extreme weather events. For example, in 2023, the drought in the Amazon rainforest was possibly the worst in history, and also the flooding in the south of Brazil last year, 2024, of course, was a tragedy with many people displaced. But this is to show that these extreme weather events, they are affecting the life of people in a very direct way, because it's not something that we think of global warming as something that's not felt by people on the ground. And we have last year the G20, the Brazilian presidency of the G20, and we thought that would be in terms of testing the waters to see if we could include information integrity in the program, in the agenda of the, specifically the Digital Economy Working Group. We had 4 priorities for this working group. One was universal and meaningful connectivity. The second, infrastructure, digital public infrastructure. Then the third, artificial intelligence and the governance of AI. And the 4th priority that we present to the G20 members was precisely information integrity. When we didn't know exactly the reaction or the feedback we would get from this discussion, but in the end, we reached a consensus, and it was positive because it was the first time that the G20 addressed the information integrity. And we had a ministerial meeting in the city of Maceió. It's in the northwest of Brazil, when you find these 4 priorities, including information integrity. For those interested, you can download the Maceió Declaration. Just go make a search, and it's available in English for you to read later, and how this topic was addressed by G20. Then, in the meantime, we have been discussing with the United Nations Secretariat in New York, in particular the Department of Global Communications, and UNESCO, in terms of joining forces, and also all the stakeholders. But the idea was to launch the global initiative on information integrity and climate change during the summit of the G20 in November 2024 in Rio de Janeiro. And that's what we did in partnership with the UN and the UNESCO. And I think for not only the Brazilian government, but this is a top priority for, we pledged for the Global Fund. I think Guilherme will explain later the details of how the Global Fund is structured for this global initiative, but we pledged $1 million. That is, let's say, it's adding to what we say that's important, but also showing that our commitment is really something that we mean as something extremely important. So I think in terms of coordinating efforts and talking to other stakeholders in different international organizations or different forums, for example, G77. Now we have COP30 coming in Belém do Pará. It's next November, as we know. And it's a huge responsibility. So we want to create this global movement so that you have information integrity, like there's a growing awareness of the importance of addressing this issue in terms of how we address climate change challenges, and in terms of bringing this topic everywhere. Let's say the Global Digital Compact also mentioned information integrity. It's interesting to highlight this because it was adopted by the UN in 2024, and UN member states committed to work together to promote information integrity, tolerance, and respect in the digital space, and strengthen international cooperation to address the challenge of mis/disinformation, hate speech online. And by the way, also in the elements paper of the co-facilitators for the WISES +20 process, They also mention information integrity, highlighting that stakeholders should promote information integrity tolerance in respecting the digital space. This is dialogue with the GDC and protecting the integrity of democratic processes, strengthen international cooperation, and also trying to mitigate the risks of information manipulation in a manner consistent with international law. So I think this is part of a global effort with our partners. And in terms of engaging with COP30, I think that's now we are trying to focus our action in terms of reaching November with some concrete initiatives. So you know that the president of COP30, Ambassador André Correia do Lago, in his first letter, he mentioned the idea of a call to action that it's a mutirão. Mutirão is a Portuguese word from the indigenous communities in Brazil. The idea of having a collective endeavor, because in the village, everybody would help each other in the spirit of coming together to deliver results. So the village would, each one would bring something, sometimes bring tools or materials or even skills, no? to reach this collective endeavor. That's the idea of mutirão. So we are now planning for the global initiative on information integrity on climate change, call to action. Of course, I think my colleagues will also address some of the initiatives that are ongoing. For example, we have a meeting in Bonn. I think Charlotte will talk about this, trying to integrate the global initiative and the action for climate empowerment. But this call to action that we will be launching soon is trying to integrate this agenda with the COP30. And the goals, I think it would be useful to highlight some of them, because these are joint efforts to contribute to this, what we hope this is a global movement with very concrete actions to promote information integrity, such as gathering and sharing data, rigorous research, evidence and knowledge on risks to climate information integrity, including disinformation and impacts on climate action in line with the GDC. Also sharing practical tools, methods and materials to strengthen resilience against disinformation and promote information integrity on climate change. Developing communications campaigns, strategies and efforts designed to raise public awareness and foster a global culture of information integrity, including through trusted voices and influencers. These are the goals of this call to action. Fostering media sustainability, including its economic viability to cover environmental and climate change-related issues, supporting the protection of environmental journalists, activists, communicators, and scientists, protecting scientific data and data sets related to climate change, promote transparency and accountability in digital advertising to help address financial incentives for climate disinformation and foster climate information integrity, fostering target media information and digital literacy related to climate change, and also donating financial resources to UNESCO's Global Fund to help to gather evidence and strategic communications, including in professional journalism. To conclude, I think this call to action, that is the next step in the global initiative related to COP30, will contribute to including information integrity on climate change in the COP30 process by uniting efforts across borders and sectors and representing a pivotal step towards a global movement, as I said, for promoting information integrity on climate change. So I will stop here. But I think that's the idea, not what we're trying to achieve.
And this call to action will be open to all stakeholders, civil society.
Open to all stakeholders, so we'll soon launch this and have the details, and we'll have a period that we'll be assessing the contributions that we expect to receive, and we are optimists that we have received many proposals.
So that's the first call to action on the road to COP30. And I think that one thing that I find really remarkable with the work that Brazil is doing is bridging community together, different communities. And the community working in journalism, on internet governance, and now on climate change. And I think bringing this community to our topics of information integrity is also very, very valuable. And I'm sure that the UN is also quite well placed to do this kind of work. So Charlotte Scadden is a senior advisor on, if you could put on the slides, please, for Charlotte, who is a senior advisor on information integrity at the United Nations Department of Global Communication. And before you start, happy birthday, Charlotte, because today is it's not Charlotte's birthday, sorry. It's the first anniversary of the Global Principles on Information Integrity that were published exactly 1 year ago this day.
I thought you were going even to tell her age.
No, I would not. Sorry. So, Charlotte, could you tell us a little bit more about the UN role in strengthening climate information integrity globally, with a focus on policy, public diplomacy, and communications, of course, anchored in the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity?
I will, and thank you, Camille, for mentioning the anniversary, which of course I'm going to touch on. And frankly, to me, it's actually more important than my own birthday, with the amount of effort that we put into developing the global principles. But so I'll just start by giving some context. As you all know, the UN has, I'm sure you're very familiar with our work on climate change, and it's a huge priority for us, climate action. But more recently, information integrity has also become a major priority. And of course, there's a range of initiatives going on around the UN related to information integrity, but I wanted to touch on two today. And one, of course, is the Global Principles for Information Integrity that, as you mentioned, were launched a year ago today by the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. And the principles, for those of you who aren't familiar with them, are, I think, a groundbreaking framework for action for a safer, more inclusive information ecosystem. And we put forward 5 of these principles, recommendations for different stakeholders around 5 principles. And you see them on the screen here. They are societal trust and resilience, healthy incentives, public empowerment, independent, free, and pluralistic media, and last but not least, transparency and research. So the principles frame information integrity as an information ecosystem where freedom of expression is fully enjoyed, and where accurate, reliable information, free from discrimination and hate, is available to all in an open, inclusive, safe, secure information environment. And this entails a pluralistic information space that fosters trust, knowledge, and individual choice for all. So actually, in the past year since we launched, the response has been really overwhelming. And we've seen government, civil society, media, businesses, and other really harness these principles through activities and efforts around the world. So we go into work on information integrity and to implement the global principles with our eyes wide open. Because the challenge before us is formidable, and the threat landscape is vast. Risks include mis and disinformation. I think everyone's generally familiar with those, as well as hate speech and harassment. But we also see other risks that are more structural or political. So suppression of independent news media, and suppression of academic and civil society work and voices, denying of access to information, the defunding or removal of public sources of information, and of course, top of mind now, are risks related to emerging technologies, including Gen AI. Because we see tech companies continue to integrate AI into our everyday applications at breakneck speed. They are not slowing down, as we know. People are now increasingly reliant on this tech to shape their understanding of the world and everything that's happening in it. But while Gen AI tools are proliferating in the public domain, they can't uniformly be relied on for accurate information. And we see ongoing tests and studies that show that these tools frequently do not distinguish between rigorous science on the one hand and dirty data or outright nonsense on the other. And yet, people are accessing this flawed data, but they're not equipped to assess its veracity or reliability, which can contribute to what we see as a deeply concerning trend, and that is the lack of trust in any information source and in the information ecosystem more broadly. People just don't know what's real, what to believe. We are, in effect, guinea pigs in an information experiment in which the resilience of our societies is being put to the test. So in short, the spectrum of risks is broad, and it goes way beyond just the false information itself. The issues impacted are also wide-ranging, and it really touches on all areas of the UN's work and what we need for a sustainable future and functioning democracies. When it comes to climate, the motivations and impacts are twofold. Purveyors of climate disinformation and hate obviously seek to undermine climate action, right? And we've seen the fossil fuel industry and others, including state actors, pour billions into this over decades. But we also see climate change used as a wedge issue to polarize, to disrupt, to destabilize democratic processes, particularly around elections, and we always will see a spike around pivotal societal moments. We know enough to be able to make these conclusions, but the evidence base ranges. And while there's some strong research from major academic institutions and civil society organizations, including IPIE, as we'll hear shortly, much of this research is concentrated in a handful of countries where the support and funding have been focused up to now. And as many of us here know really well, this support has been under attack and politicized, especially in recent months, with researchers, civil society, and others targeted. So that's why our focus on research is really key. From our own limited research efforts, we've identified a range of tactics used in attempts to undermine climate-related information. The narratives used as part of these tactics, which you see a list here of a sample of them, and I'll just mention a few. They range from there being no scientific consensus around climate, to climate change is a manufactured political tool and a scapegoat for domestic policy issues and failures, to globalist elites using climate issues as a means of justifying totalitarian policies, and even to control the weather. And sometimes when I say that last one about controlling the weather, I get kind of sniggers. But in fact, this is actually coming from leading political figures. And these claims are used to kind of steadily erode trust in academic, scientific institutions, in the UN, in COP and the COP process, and also to isolate people to certain information sources, which are often very localized. And what we've seen is that underlying a lot of these tactics is what we call the us versus them, the constructed enemy adversarial stance. It's painting those who support climate action as elites serving only their own interests. And these behaviors are not in the fringe. They're in the mainstream of information spaces, and they're being used by influential figures, both state and non-state actors. So what can we do? Well, as laid out in the global principles, first and foremost, we need multi-stakeholder action. And it's a very UN term, I think, but it's really a valid one. Obviously, and this brings me to the next example, a really leading example of this is our global initiative that we just heard about, and it's really a major priority for us at the UN as we approach COP. Our response has to be multifaceted and include prevention and mitigation measures across the information ecosystem. This includes strategic communications and advocacy, of course, political engagement, human rights-based policy, and community engagement. We need to recalibrate our previous thinking about the information ecosystem and the information landscape so that we better understand people's relationship to information sources today, which is often playing out in very niche spaces and at the community level. What many institutions have long thought, and I include the UN in that, have long thought as mainstream media is no longer mainstream. The mainstream has shifted, and that's true across many geographies. We need to immediately identify and fill information voids, because if we don't fill them, the disinformation actors will, and they'll do it quickly and without hesitation. And we need to think longer term about building trust and how we can keep attention by carefully considering our tone and language around climate issues and going about engaging communities with humility and respect so that we avoid avoid reinforcing that us versus them trap. When it comes to structural obstacles, what has become really crystal clear to us is that we need to expand and engage our circle of stakeholders. And that includes the advertisers who fund the digital ecosystem, and as such have unique power. They can act quickly and effectively to mitigate harms and influence digital platforms in ways that we cannot. And that's why just a few days ago, I was with colleagues from organizations represented here on stage at Cannes Lion, which is the biggest and most important annual gathering of the ad industry. And we took our message of information integrity to that key audience. And I'm really happy that Harriet is here to explain the advertising angle in more detail. It's somewhere where it's an angle that we're really going to be focusing on a lot in coming months. So I'll just end by saying, you know, we don't have time to spare. I mean, the urgency and the scale of this challenge require active coalitions and collaborations so that we can increase global resilience. And we need to find those entry points for action before it's too late. So I'll leave you with that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I think the one thing I take from the presentation is really to have this sort of broad approach, gathering all the stakeholders, including advertisers. I'm sure we'll get back to that in a moment. Guilherme from UNESCO. Guilherme Canela is the director of the Division for Digital Inclusion and Policies and Digital Transformation. You've been also a leader in that space and also working a lot on freedom and safety of journalists. We're really glad to have you on stage and to have you talk a little bit, complementing what has already been said on the global initiative, maybe more specifically around the UNESCO's approach on this and about the fund that has been mentioned already, and also the work that UNESCO is doing with interconnected issues, notably on safety of journalists, for example.
Thank you, Camille. A pleasure to be here with all these fantastic colleagues in the panel. Let me start by telling you a story. 20 years ago, when I was not an international bureaucrat and I was doing intelligent things in my life, I coordinated an initiative about climate change and journalism and the media. And it's interesting to look 20 years back, this was for Latin America, on what were our mistakes on that time, because we didn't notice, and this was a huge mistake, that we couldn't face the issue looking into just one of the actors. So we lose what the bad actors already knew at that time, the ecosystem logic of this. So the initiative, that one that I did 20 years ago, was very successful in its goals. Our initiative was to train journalists to speak, to cover better climate change. But when we were talking with them, or even with the scientists, the logic is the scientists want to know how to give better interviews for the journalists. The scientists were not even thinking that there was an important field of research on the issue of information integrity, to use an anachronical word, because we didn't have that expression at that time. So what we were betting our horses is that if we train the information producers, at the time the journalists, we will solve the problem. And this was a huge mistake of our part, because we were not prepared enough to think the rest of the ecosystem. So the initiative here, and what Charlotte was describing in terms of the information integrity concept, is very much related to this broader idea that information is a public good. And then in UNESCO, we simplified that with 3 pillars, right? If we consider information as a public good, we need to empower the citizens to interact with the ecosystem, right? It's education, it's media and information literacy, so on and so forth. But this is a necessary condition, but it's not a necessary and sufficient condition, because it's unfair to say to my uncle or to my grandmother, well, don't circulate this thing you received in the WhatsApp or whatever, knowing that on the other side of the fence you have trillion-dollar companies, either fossil fuel companies or companies that are relying a lot on this attention economy. So it's unfair to put only on the shoulders of the society to solve the problem, but it's necessary. So this is qualifying the demand. The other pillar is that we need to qualify the supply. So 20 years ago, when I was doing those intelligent things, we thought that qualifying of the supply was to support the journalists. But that was wrong. We need to support the scientists. We need to support the influencers. We need to support the advertisers, all those that are sending inputs to the system, and to guarantee that this support is enough for them to do this in a reliable and accurate manner, but also they need to survive. Advertisers are doing quite well, but the journalists are not, or the scientists. So we need also to deal with the economic issue, but also with the safety issue. 20 years ago, the journalists were telling us, well, there is an issue here and there, but no one was saying, I'm being attacked because I'm covering climate change. Now we hear that all the time, and it's not only attacked online, which is already a big issue, they are being attacked physically. They are being attacked with massive slaps everywhere. So there is also a complexity here in protecting the supply side of the story. But again, it's a necessary condition, but is no longer a necessary and sufficient condition. So the third part of the story is what Charlotte was explaining, how we deal with the transmission chain, right? With the ecosystem that includes the social media companies, the governance, now the AI and whatever. So it's not one thing or the other, it's one thing and the other. And that's why it's so complex. So the initiative wants to look into this, recognizing this complexity, but telling, look, there is one particular element here that is a gap, and it's a gap particularly in the Global South, as I guess you are going to speak about your recent findings. That's, yes, we have anecdotal evidence that there is disinformation out there. Lots of people are debunking this disinformation. But we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, right? Who is funding this disinformation? What are the systems of distribution? What are the conflicts of interest that are there? What are the lack of governance mechanisms? And then the fund that we launched, there is an open call for those interests, Global Initiative on Information Integrity, open call, you will find it. You can apply until July the 6th, closing the propaganda element. The idea is precisely how we can collect more evidence to support our work in strategic communications in UN and UNESCO and others, the work of foreign information and democracy and advocacy, and the work of governments on governance, and so on and so forth. Right? So that's the idea. And basically, we are going to fund research and investigative journalism in these areas. To conclude a bit and coming back to my initial story of 20 years ago, when I was training those many journalists in Latin America and discussing climate change, for not a second in any of those hundreds of trainings I did, or with my team, we were including in the conversation of the journalists the need for them, and today for others, to understand information integrity as part of the problem. They were only looking into the climate change component. And this, it's not working. We need to look into this connection between those two words. And for me, this is a bit of the beauty of this. And also, it's already a positive message. Because not only us, when I say Brazil, UN, and UNESCO, there is, and as Eugenio mentioned, the elements paper of the WISES is including information integrity. The Global Digital Compact did. So in that sense, I think there is room for optimism, because there is a concern, and this concern is raising different elements across the board. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guilherme. So supply, demand, and distribution. And as we've seen on and on, more access, better access to data, to have a better understanding of what's actually happening out there and in these really opaque information ecosystems. Let me now turn to Harriet, and I think we have some slides again, if we can have them. Harriet Kingabi, co-chair of the Conscious Advertising Network, and also representing today CAD, which is a Climate Action Against Disinformation. And as already mentioned, with you will, and it's a very interesting presentation, take a deep dive into ad-funded risks to climate information integrity. So the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, and thank you for the warm welcome today. So for those of you that don't know, the Conscious Advertising Network is a broad coalition of over 190 brands, advertising agencies, and civil society groups. We exist to essentially ensure effective advertising works for everybody. And happily, I can say that we are a very practical application of the multi-stakeholder approach that I've heard a lot about at this conference. What we essentially do is we know that advertising is causing human rights issues, and we know that civil society has the deep knowledge there. We know that advertisers understand the advertising ecosystem extremely well, and so we bring those groups together to try and look for solutions. Essentially, as Charlotte said, we've just come back from the Cannes Festival of Advertising, and although the language that is used is very different, although the way the issues are presented is very different, I can assure you that the issues of information integrity were discussed there incredibly passionately, and almost as passionately as I've seen them discussed here. I have to say, business is framing them in terms of the business case, and I want to unpack that a little bit for you today. But I want to just start out by addressing the elephant in the room, which is that obviously advertisers are, on one side of things, part of the problem. This is a quote from the IPCC report, Climate Change Impacts, Adaptation and Vulnerability, that talks about the vested, political, organized and financed misinformation and contrarian climate change communication, which is undermining information integrity around climate change. Now, yes, the advertising industry itself is producing some of that disinformation. Working with clients, such as fossil fuel clients, that are part of the problem. However, I want to just tell you that this is only a part of the way that advertising interacts with information integrity. And I hope that I can convince you that advertisers can also be a part of the solution today. So, this is a hideous graphic, but I think it illustrates the attention economy quite well. Advertising is essentially the funding model behind the attention economy, and therefore the reason that addiction is designed into the system. Advertising funds the media, it funds the platforms, it funds our more traditional media ecosystem, and online, the longer we can be kept scrolling, the longer our attention can be kept, the more ads can be served to us, and therefore, the more profit the platforms can make. And what this has done is this has completely changed the incentive structures behind the production and distribution of content. So quality used to be pretty high up on the agenda, informing citizens, entertaining citizens. But in fact, now the emphasis on content production is about keeping us hooked, sucking us in and keeping us hooked, essentially. And this is creating unhealthy incentives for the production of content that has devastating consequences for information integrity around really important issues such as climate change. Most of this you know. I think there's been plenty of cleverer people than me talking about that at this conference. But the twist that I want you to take away is that this situation does not work for advertisers either. And that actually creates opportunities for us to create powerful alliances that can really, really take on some of this system. So let me explain, if I can get the clicker to work. Essentially, this is too small for you to read maybe, but what you need to know is that the global advertising market is enormous. We're talking $1 trillion as of this year, and it's growing. And in particular, the digital component of this system is growing. Now, what this means is the problems that we're talking about today are being amplified and accelerated. And therefore, they are becoming really business critical for advertisers to understand and to tackle. Much as democracy relies on a sense of shared reality, on trust, advertising also relies on trust. So where you have a fall in trust in our information ecosystems, advertising also starts to become less effective. So what this means is businesses are paying more for less return on their advertising spend. Falling trust in information essentially is a shared problem that we're both looking at. Now, at the heart of this problem is the fact that the advertising ecosystem is so incredibly opaque. If you think about how we consume media now, my journey through the media ecosystem will be completely different to Guillermo's today, will be different to Charlotte's. were different to all of yours. And the technology required to track me around my personalized media journey and to serve me ads is enormous. There are many actors in this system, many technology companies that do things like collect my data, process that data, work out what ads to serve me, kind of do online auctions to make sure I see the ads that I'm supposed to see. And unlike other corporate supply chains, unlike the supply chain to make this shirt, for example, advertisers have no idea where their advertising is going and what it is funding. There's no know your customer law. There's no mapping of those supply chains. And so what happens is people take advantage. So one side of things is fraud. There's a lot of fraud in the system. The other side of things is that the platforms are taking large amounts of money. And this is coming at the cost of publishers. So we've heard about the fall in advertising revenue to publishers and the impact that's having on the news system. We heard about news deserts this morning. And there was a report that found that out of every $1 that an advertiser spends and puts into this system, only 41 cents of it actually reaches the publishers. And that used to be much, much more. So the rest of it is swallowed up by organizations like Google and, frankly, organizations we've never heard of. And all of this compounds the problem. If you've got less reporting on important topics, you're degrading information integrity, you've got less trust. So this is fueling the production and distribution of climate disinformation. It's tempting to think that that businesses can be opposed to climate action, and sometimes this is true, but there are vast categories of businesses that need us to solve the climate crisis in order to survive. Think about the businesses that make coffee and chocolate or wine. Think about the insurance industry, for example. And essentially, advertisers alone don't have the tools to solve this problem. They need to work with us, everyone here, in order to make that happen. So I want to show you what I mean, the issues that this system is causing. So writing on this is small. For those of you who can't see it, the advertiser, it's a screen grab from YouTube. So the advertiser here is called Money Supermarket. They help UK consumers to get quotes from their insurance companies. So they work a lot with insurance companies. And they are advertising on disinformation that suggests that Hurricane Helene, which went through the US, is somehow linked to the US government controlling the weather. Now, as Charlotte mentioned, this kind of disinformation creates distrust in the institutions that are supposed to help us when extreme weather events happen. But it also, it's pretty bad for the insurance industry because it slows efforts to sort out the problem. Here is YouTube advertising on its own channels against content spreading disinformation about the cleanup efforts from the Valencian floods that killed hundreds of people, and who the cleanup efforts were kind of undermined by climate disinformation. Now, this has wiped percentage points off the Spanish GDP. This situation is not good for business. It is not good for us, but it is not good for them either. And here is Get Your Guide on Oeste, a Brazilian channel with nearly 3 million followers, promoting a narrative which was used during the 2023 Rio Grande do Sul disaster as a way to discredit government cleanup efforts. Again, this slowed efforts to help. This is still earning money 2 years later. The reason that I draw your attention to this is not content that is organic. This is content that is earning money for its creators. So I've singled out YouTube here, but I can find you examples on TikTok and other channels of this, and I can find you examples of creators earning money from this. Nobody wants this system to continue. Not us, not you, not advertisers, because essentially not only are they wasting their money, but they're also putting their brands at reputational risk. So together, we need to address this. Not one single actor has the power to sort this out, but we do need to start moving conversations on with the platforms away from content, away from individual pieces of content and whack-a-mole, to talking about systems change and the business model. So I'm proposing, and the UN Global Principles on Information Integrity are a fantastic way of doing that, of looking at that through this systemic lens. So I'm going to wrap up, I promise. final slide. The things that I want to talk about today are about essentially taking on the information economy. In order to engage advertisers in this situation, we need to be talking about the system which is drawing people in order to serve them more ads, and therefore prioritizing content which is divisive or untrue. Next, we need to drive transparency through this incredibly opaque system at scale. And I'll talk more later on about a case study we have of how that can lead to great business outcomes as well as outcomes for society. And also, once they get a handle on their supply chain, they can start to think about investing in pluralistic media and news. So, to summarize, this is good for business and it's good for us. So working together in these multi-stakeholder approaches can only bring us better solutions.
Thank you so much for this deep dive into the economics of disinformation. Much to do indeed with all the different related stakeholders. You mentioned that democracy, we need a sense shared of reality, and that makes a nice transition to our next guest, Frederic Ogenga. Frederic, you are a member of the IPIE, the International Panel on the Information Environment, and you notably you were a member of the Scientific Panel on Information Integrity about climate sciences. You worked for several months, I think 9 months, to get to the report that was published last week. And with you, would like to have this deep dive on what does research tell us about climate disinformation, because I think that we also need this sort of global assessment if we are to come up with appropriate answers. Frederic, the floor is yours.
Slides?
And I think we have slides again. There you go.
Yeah, so interesting. Thank you so much for the organizers to, first of all, welcome us in Oslo. The IPIE is an entity that looks at the integrity of information environment across the board. So climate information environment is also one of those things that we look at. And so what I'm going to talk about today is a report that we compiled over a period of 12 months, looking at about 300 articles and using qualitative and computational methods, as well as quantitative methods to arrive at, which includes also data visualization. But I won't really dive into that for the case of time. I want to tell you about really what we found out. We used the linear model of communication by Harold Laswell, which really talks about, because what I'm gathering here in the panel today is there is a crisis in the information environment on climate change. There's clearly a crisis, and that crisis is what made us wonder. And as panelists, which was led by Jensen, Klaus Jensen from the University of Copenhagen, we realized that if you use the communication model, then we realize that there are people who produce those messages, the source, senders of the message, the initiators of the message, and then the channel and the messaging, and then the consequences of their messaging, and then, of course, after that, what then can we do about that kind of messaging? So if you look at that slide, we're talking about who the actors were, the messages and the channels that they used, their key audiences, and what the consequences of their messaging was, and what solutions we ought to have in that process. So 300 articles were looked at, and then after looking at those articles, we basically inspected the gaps and came up with recommendations. So the first culprits in terms of sources or actors in the datification of the information environment on climate change is actually fossil fuel companies, corporations. We have politicians. We do have governments, and also some states. We also have legacy and social media and scientific hands for hire. These are people who are hired to write something about climate change in favor of a particular position. And for example, if I just take a quick example, in countries like the US, in North America, we found out that the mainstream media still led in terms of spreading false information about climate. And this kind of information varied based on the type of media. If it was a conservative media or right-leaning media, you'd see the kind of messaging that come about in those kinds of platforms. And their messages were actually those that disputed the science about climate change. And this is where we find people like the US president, which we saw in the previous slide. So there we also realized that not much is known about the impact of what social media does in terms of the messaging in social media and how social media therefore impacts on audiences in ways that can be measured and analyzed to come up with countermeasures. And so that is one of the gaps that we saw. So this also has been touched around here because we do have a level where there's no transparency in digital platforms, especially on those the people who are the owners of the platforms and those who produce data in those platforms. And so eventually, the overall messaging that emerged is that strategic skepticism is actually replacing climate denialism. So people are strategically frustrating or obscuring climate science in order to delay the climate response, to cut into the chains of those in the policy line of coming up with measures that are supposed to address climate change and effectively derailing climate interventions. And again, we saw that classic media, of course, is leading in that arena. And I talked about how really it's still not clear on how social media is impacting directly on audiences. So if this is the scenario, then the kind of messages that we see, the message of obscurity, contrarianism, and the climatist cartelism is something that we see impacting on the information environment on climate change. And these are things that we need to address and deal with. So the key audiences that are supposed to be in the leading front, in the front lines of climate interventions, who are usually actually policymakers, are derailed and they are targeted. They are targeted by misinformation, and this misinformation also feeds into the policy chain and eventually affects climate intervention. So something needs to be done there. And therefore, effectively, generally, what this does, and panelists have mentioned this, is that it erodes public trust on climate science and also trust in institutions that are responsible for addressing climate change. So it has a dual effect. And if that happens, then it becomes challenging to address climate change going forward. So the IPIE, in our report, we came up with a few recommendations and about measures that we can take to address the crisis of information integrity on climate science. And one of those measures, some of them have been mentioned, is we need to educate people. We need some level of education, whether it's scientific on the science of climate change, or even the medium that transmits climate change. Because from the model that I began talking about, the linear communication model, we saw that media and channel go hand in hand. So if you educate audiences, our stakeholders, about the media that transmit climate change information, and the science of climate change, then we might really go towards getting some level of success in climate intervention. We also have to look at the regulatory and policy environment, So regulation and legislation is something that is very key that we need to look at. For example, you need to come up with legislations that talk generally about how you need to talk about climate science if you are writing an article about it. What is the threshold? You know, that is legislation. There is a contentious area that you also found out in the data that is emerging on litigation, where minimal literature is talking about stakeholders and government and civil societies coming out and pointing out those people who are responsible for doing what is called greenwashing, you know, and whether, to what extent can you litigate on those issues? It's a gray area, it's a contentious area, and the data is still minimal. So that's one area that I think it's an opportunity to explore further in terms of research. And then I think I've touched them all. Yes, there's one that I didn't talk about, which is called counterpublics, you know? Counterpublics are simply, I think, I heard about it from my Brazilian colleague and from my UNESCO colleague here, about how we bring different voices from different spaces to form a coalition of counterpublics who are responsible to counter false discourses and misinformation from these powerful forces that are driving misinformation about climate change. So it's a coalition of collaboration about defending truth about climate science and also scientists that are responsible for defending climate science and the integrity of information about climate science. I think I'll leave it there and explore more in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Frederick. And please do take a look at the report. It's a rather longish report, 127 pages, I think. But there is a very streamlined executive summary that also brings the main conclusion and policy recommendations, which are very, very useful in this specific field. We still have a little bit more than half an hour, and we wanted to make sure that we also have an interactive section. We've been talking a lot about multi-stakeholderism. So if there are some questions in the room, I think there is already one person and then one there. So maybe we can take the two and the first two questions and have... Yes, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Pavel Antonov with Blue Link Action Network in Bulgaria and the APC board. This is seriously becoming my favorite panel since the morning when I heard the one on integrity of journalism. My network supports climate defenders in the Climate Coalition, and as a journalist, it's extremely interesting to listen to all the solutions you presented. What we have come across is that the climate defenders, as well as other activists around there, we seem to automatically sort of say they're the good guys, and we expect always automatically that the problems lie from the industry and from elsewhere, which is true in most cases. But what we realize is that there is a certain lack of norms, lack of standards that even the climate activists are coming to complain about at some point. They say the information environment has become so volatile, so fractured, we can't even operate healthily in it. So we thought, what if we come back to the norms of journalism as they used to be 20 years ago? The ones that were saying you need to double check your sources and offer the opposite point of view to your opponent, even if you disagree, and so on. And we offer this to the broader public, but to the climate defenders, to the civil society as a start, and see how they could abide with that same norms. Will they stop seeking for clicks? Will they stop communicated ungrounded information? Would they be willing to take this responsibility? I wanted to hear, what do you think about this? Do you think that might actually work as a self-regulatory approach? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lee Kopp-Ottoman. I come from South Africa. I work for the Ministry of Basic Education. In the parts of the world where I come from, climate change is viewed as a white man's problem. It is viewed as a matter of whether it is cold or it is hot. But in actual fact, what we see is that it means loss of life, loss of property, loss of assets, and displacement. Now, what are the ethics in information sharing and information dissemination when it comes to climate change and climate action and education for sustainable development? Given that we don't want to incite fear, but we're working with a society that will not do anything unless it responds to a problem. And so you want to then create that picture that this is the problem that you are facing as the African continent and as the world. This is the problem. You're not inciting fear. Yet, when you find people who are really doing great work about teaching Africans like myself about the impact of climate change in our lives, you're always going to be seen as somebody who's inciting fear and anxiety on people. So what are the ethics? So what do we need to do? And how far can we go really to ensure that there is that balance of teaching people about this thing as being an issue of sustainability, but also an issue of safety?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Agenonga Robert. I come from Democratic Republic of Congo. I work at the border with DRC and Uganda. My submission or question is so much concerned with the information I have noted from different panelists. In the region where I come from, there is massive data collection going on for carbon credit project. Data being collected from indigenous territories, data from community forestry. My concern is not about who collect this data, but my worry is where are they keeping this data? What protocols are in place for them to store this data without harming indigenous people or forest-dependent community? Because in case this data get leaked or is compromised, it will have a very dangerous consequences on indigenous people and forest-dependent community, because I've seen it in Congo, where land is being stolen and forest given away to foreign investors to mine critical minerals needed to power AI and other things. So that is very painful. But also, when you look at the work of the UN Special Rapporteur on situation of environmental defenders under Aarhus Convention, Mr. Michel Faust, he noted recently that environmental activists and human rights defenders who work on issues of climate justice are not only targeted physically or through legal intimidation, but also they are surveilled and their data is spied by government. In Brazil, in Democratic Republic of Congo, and also in Indonesia, these are three major world forest basins where activists are at risk. And I don't know at UNESCO level, colleague from UNESCO, what international mechanisms are in place to ensure that members countries abide by, so that data concerning forest, indigenous territories, or even security of defenders working on forest and climate justice is protected. Myself, I worked for 12 years as a digital security trainer, helping indigenous people in the Congo Basin to communicate and work safely. But beginning from January 2024, I became a member of parliament in the DRC National Assembly, but I see myself more as an activist who took himself to the parliament, because in government there is a lot of bureaucracy, and I continue with the activism, helping human rights defenders, environmental activists, and indigenous people to protect their land. But now we have the big threat is the project by Brazil, which is called the Tropical Forest Forever Facility. My colleague from Brazil should be aware of this. This is a multi-billion project scheduled to be launched in Brazil at COP, the next COP. This project, if developed, it means indigenous people or forest-dependent community can receive 4% of contribution being made from the sale of carbon credit generated from their forests. And for this to be quantified, data need to be collected on the carbon potential of forestry. And last month, we had a meeting of 3 forest world basin in Brazzaville in Congo, people from Indonesia, Brazil and Congo Basin and also Rwanda gathered in Brazzaville for a week. And the question here was data integrity. Who is using this data? How will a local chief know that his forest is the one providing global environmental benefit, yet he doesn't have the data? And what make Brazil and other partner government to only remit 4% of the total benefit arriving from carbon credit of arriving from climate benefit being provided by forest countries providing benefit of climate mitigation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I like how we touched upon the vast majority, the vast topics, or the different topics that we can include in the concept of information integrity, so ranging from journalism and the ethics of journalism to data governance. So before turning and giving the floor to other questions, I don't know if some of you would like to react and answer some of the questions. Would like to go?
Sure.
Charlotte?
Perhaps I could speak to the second question about fear, which I think is, I can't actually see the gentleman who asked. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for asking that question. It's an excellent one. And I can tell you it's one that as communicators on climate, we have been grappling with for a very long time. And what we have learned over a period of many years is that, yes, fear can be a motivator, but fear is not going to inspire people. And I think there are ways that one can communicate the urgency and gravity of the climate crisis without necessarily resorting to kind of scare tactics. People need to understand the situation that we're facing, right? I mean, there's no getting around it. But what they also need to know is what they can do about it, or what their government can do about it, what actions they can actually take. They need to see specific examples of especially community-led actions. I think that's what some people can really relate to. In terms of the impacts, I think they also need to understand, and myself is included in this, when I think about climate change, it becomes this overwhelming topic, right? You just want to shut down because you feel that you can't do anything about it on an individual level. And that's true, right? We need to look to the fossil fuel industry and governments and others to take action. But I think that there are steps that we can all take, including if we live in democracies, we can vote, right, for candidates who support climate action. But I think in terms of the impacts, it's also important to, as you alluded to actually, bring it back to what are some of the individual impacts, the economic impacts, but also the economic benefits of climate action, right? How does it affect people's wallet? How does it affect people's daily lives and their quality of life? So I think that, yes, it's important to stress the reality of the situation, and that might be scary, but equally it's important at the same time to offer really solid solutions and the way forward.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Charlotte. I don't know if Professor,
yes, I would want to combine two questions.
Yeah.
One that was asked about journalism and going back to the tenets of journalism to address the climate change problematic, and also with that aspect of use of data and how sure are you that you're using the right data. Now, what our report can help you understand some of those questions, because we asked ourselves in the report, what is really the measure or the threshold of information integrity about climate science? And we came up with a few issues that are familiar, things like accuracy, transparency, reliability of data, transparency, accuracy, and reliability of data, and how consistent that data is. Because climate science data has also been inconsistent. If you say global warming is bringing about climate change, then tomorrow you are saying something else. You're becoming inconsistent. And that's the standard we see in climate misinformation. So for that, I think we also observed in the study that minimal studies have been done in the Global South. In fact, we came out of 300 studies, we only uncovered one study from South Africa that touches on the metrics that we are measuring. So Global South, minimal data, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, very minimal data. Most of the data was coming from North America, Europe, China, and Russia. So that tells us something about also our interest in wanting to venture into research, to produce homegrown data that can inform us. And to that extent, also comes the question of infrastructure. Because when you want to solve climate, when you want climate solutions out of data, then you also need to make that data secure. And therefore, the question of infrastructure comes in, where we lack data centers that are reliable, and if you have to have magnitude of data on data sets in climate science, then you need to host them elsewhere. And so how sure are you that that data will come and be beneficial to you as data that has some level of integrity? Yeah. So those are questions that can be answered, and that's why we are saying it's a multi-stakeholder approach, where so many actors need to put their heads together so that they find solutions to the climate challenge, but also from the understanding that the problem begins with data and those data sets.
Thank you so much. I think, Guillermo, you wanted to...
Very, very briefly, a few things. On the question on standards of journalism and ethics, etc., of course, this is very important. I don't know if you're here when I was speaking. It's not about one thing or the other. It's one thing and the other. So these standards, these self-regulatory elements are important and necessary, but they won't solve parts of the problem that are crucial to address the issue. For example, the transparency of the social media companies or the AI companies, or demanding them to have human rights-based content moderation and content curation mechanisms. So we just need to be careful to say that let's invest on this thing and forget the other, because it's not going to work. It's a complex puzzle, and unfortunately, we need all the pieces of this puzzle. But on the standards, we also need to be careful that when we are talking about the standardized criteria for journalism of getting the other side, this is all fantastic. The best that can happen to climate discussion, it's not activism journalism, it's independent journalism. But independent journalism also means that you can't compare reports of the IPCC that shows with 99% of reliability that we have a problem and put this as if it was equal to the other 1% of people saying that we don't have an issue, right? I'm in favor that the journalists speak with the others, but also underlining to the reader or to the listener that there is an imbalance here that is not the same, right? So this is super important. On the question from the gentleman from South Africa, when you said this is perceived as a white man problem, this is precisely what we want with this initiative in stimulating more research and more investigative journalism from the Global South. Why this narrative is like that, and where this is coming from, what is the impact? Because what you are saying here is something I didn't know. It shows that it's different, the problem, in terms of information integrity, in where you are. Probably is different in Brazil, is different in Indonesia, and so on. So this is super important in what we are trying to stimulate. And finally, on the data story, we are launching under the Broadband Commission with UNDP and others a global toolkit on data governance, precisely addressing these kind of issues. And then on your last question in terms of violence and others against the journalists, etc., last year we dedicated the World Press Freedom Day entirely to this discussion. And then we can talk later, but we produced a roadmap talking with the journalists, the scientists, and how to address also this issue of attacks against those voices, those critical voices that are speaking about climate change or climate disinformation and other environmental issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Guillaume. Maybe quick remarks from Aria to Eugenio, or could we go back? No? Yeah?
I wanted to make the link back as well to, I think mainly around the first question, but I wanted to give an example of the unhealthy incentives that are linked to some of these issues. So I wanted to take the idea of like quality of journalistic standards and how these are being impacted by the incentives we talked about. So we did a piece of research about 5 years ago, and we looked at safe climate content online. So the most robust, entertaining, shared climate content online. And we found that actually something like 70% of that content couldn't monetize through advertising. So that means that there's no economic incentive to produce for reputable news organizations to produce that content. And it's why it's so important that we get advertisers around the table, because what they're doing is they're blocking climate content because they think it's too political or too risky for their brand to appear next to. So what this does is it completely disincentivizes the really great quality journalism around one of the most important issues of our time. We need to get them around the table and reinforce the idea. And we've got people that can make the business case that actually their advertising performs well. We also need to reinforce the idea that it's of the utmost importance that they actually go and advertise there, because we need better standards. It's also really important because then the third thing is that the platforms aren't incentivizing this content because it's not, because it doesn't necessarily keep people on the kind of platforms in the way that they want, because they're after eyeballs and attention and addiction, right? So it's really important that we then get the advertisers around the table with the platforms to go, actually, this is incredibly important for us, it's incredibly important for everyone in this room, and you need to do something about it. And we've seen that can create change. So Google introduced their first climate disinformation monetization policy because of that dynamic. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm not trying to answer all the questions. I would be happy to discuss some of the specific points that were raised, but talk to the African colleagues in the audience. I think we need more countries from the Global South to join this effort, because we have the global initiative on information integrity and climate change. Some countries have joined. I remember Chile, Denmark, France, Morocco, Sweden, United Kingdom. Several others also expressed interest in joining, but we need more developing countries as well. And everything that we need is political commitment. We don't ask anything else, but political commitment to join forces to address climate change and information integrity as a package, as something that we should see this both ways, and how we can move forward in this regard.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for raising the point. And turn back to the question, if you could make them short so that we can have some time to respond. Thank you so much.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Mbali. I'm from UNHCR based in Pretoria. And as you would know, UNHCR, we deal a lot with refugees and asylum seekers. And these are oftentimes groups of people that have very limited, reliable information, especially with climate risks. So in a country like Botswana, for example, where we have the encampment policy, how then do you think we can practically ensure that these groups of people are exposed to reliable information? Because in an encampment space, that I think is a place where misinformation can spread widely. So what are some of the practical ways that we can counter that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Hi, my name is Larry Maggot. I'm CEO of Connect Safely, which is a Silicon Valley-based NGO that educates parents and young people about various aspects of internet online safety. And we partner very closely with Meta, Google, Apple, Amazon, and many of the technology companies in and around Silicon Valley. I'm also a former journalist with CBS News, New York Times, LA Times, and BBC, and still write a syndicated column and do a national radio show for CBS. And we work very closely with young people. And the one thing that seems to be, at least anecdotally evident, is that young people are very concerned about climate change. I will probably pass on before the world is in serious decay but the young people are going to have to live with it and potentially die with it, which is tragic. And I'm trying to figure out, in our work, working on internet safety and working with our Youth Advisory Council, how we can energize those young people and take advantage of their energy and their concern to channel some of their activities in ways that will actually have an impact on decision makers, policy makers, industry, and government.
Thank you so much. Sanan?
Thank you. My name is Mikko Salo. I'm representing a Finnish NGO, Faktabar, who has been working on the fact-checking and mostly on the digital information literacy, and especially on AI literacy. But very much on a follow-up of the previous person, one of the most promising things that we did was we were fact-checking Greta Thunberg at the time. And as we know, she was she has addressed both of the issues very closely, and she was mostly right on everything, but of course became a huge campaigns, very polarizing and all that. But I was wondering, what have you learned about the Greta Thunberg case? Because she was really empowering the youngsters, and perhaps the COVID killed the movement in the moment, because young people were really doing something, because now they are becoming vegetables with the technology, addicted to that one. But that was something very promising. But I wonder, has there been the kind of what could be done different? Because there is something right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, last question very quickly, please.
Hi, this is Jasmine Ko from Hong Kong. So last year, I was the National Youth Representative of ALCOI, the Regional Conference of Youth, endorsed by UN Young Gold on climate change. So one thing that I found it's a reflection for me in the conference when we are drafting youth statement for the region. We have not considered and thought about information integrity as a problem on climate change when we are drafting the agenda and things. So for me, my reflection and also a question is, how could we possibly bring this topic into youth statement? Because the thing is, our region, the thing that they did not consider it problematic enough is because there are a lot of corporate greenwashing and solution provided. And the thing is, this kind of information has been overflowing, and then people believe that the problem have been tackled very well. That's why it's never on the agenda and the youth statement. So it's just my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these brilliant questions on the place of young people in these debates and on how to make sure that reliable information is accessible to all the different communities. There is very quickly one question online that is addressed directly to Professor Genga and I will try to sum it up, but basically it argues that if we have such a lack of data, how can we build actual policies? And notably in the global majority world, how can we make sure that with the lack of data, we can build factual and actual policies? So we still have 8 minutes and 5 speakers, so maybe we can do a quick roundup. And if you'd like to address, I really like the question related to the youth, access to reliable information and policy development. Who wants to go first?
I can start very quickly. So, I mean, on the question of refugees and migration, etc., I think the colleagues but you can add, I guess, Charlotte, in the UNHCR in Geneva, they are doing lots of interesting things on that. But there are interesting lessons learned from the past, using radio in refugee camps to debunk these and to stimulate information sharing, etc. But the essential issue here that I think it's very important with this question is that we need to put a lot of focus on groups that are in situation of vulnerability and marginalization, whoever they are. So the issues of multilingualism, of the special protections that are needed are super important in this conversation. Regarding the several questions on youth and Greta, for those who don't know, I would strongly recommend for you to look into The Guardian project that's called the 89% project, which basically is very solid research saying that 89% of the people in this planet do believe that we have a climate problem. The question is why they are not taking action. And some of our hypotheses are related to how the disinformation is shifting. It's not any longer about saying there isn't a problem. It's much more sophisticated than that. But we do need to understand the characteristics of this disinformation to then sophisticate our own actions on that. And then it comes to the last point I wanted to comment, stealing a bit the thunder regarding what the panel has produced on the data issue, no? The lack of evidence to produce evidence-based policy. So I do this call for action to you. Apply to the global initiative, because this is precisely what we want to see. We want to see more data being produced, more information being produced, so that we can circulate more information to produce evidence-based policy. And of course, for the donors in the room or online, contribute to the fund, because then we can fund more research and data production.
And I think we can thank Brazil for putting the first million in the fund, which is very, very crucial, specifically in the funding landscape that we all operate in. So we'll still have 5 minutes.
Yeah, just because I want to speak to the excellent question about offline engagement, and I think just to build on what Guillermo was saying about vulnerable and marginalized groups, when we started out on the process of coming up with the global principles, we initially were just going to focus on the digital space, but quickly realized through the course of our global consultations that actually we needed to take a much broader approach because, of course, as we all know, there are many people who have inadequate connectivity or no connectivity at all, who aren't in a position to engage digitally, who are still impacted by the disinformation and hate that's spread online. But I think, one of the things I touched on in my remarks was what we term community engagement. And this also is really valid, not just in terms of the UN's work on refugees, but our work in peacekeeping environments and all over the world, that we have to be in communities listening to people. That has to happen face to face. And one thing that's important for us all to remember is that we talk about news, we talk about major influencers, we talk about digital. Most people are most influenced by the people they know. They're influenced by their pastor or priest, by their teacher, by their local community leader, by their uncle, by their cousin. And that is how we can effectively reach people, by identifying those local community voices who are trusted, local community leaders, and sharing reliable information with them so that they can then amplify in a way that's going to be engaging. So I would say that's a really important point about offline. And then just on youth, I would say, and I'm not a youth anymore, sadly, but we need to engage with youth in a meaningful way by actually listening to them on an equal footing, bring them to the table, right? It not being an add-on to a process, but having them integrated from the start, because there's a lot we can learn from them. They're digital natives and we're not. Thank you.
Totally agree on the last point. Eugenio.
Real quick, my final remarks. I fully agree with the need to engage young people. And we have this call to action that we expect individuals, organizations to submit concrete proposals on information integrity and climate change. I think we need to build momentum because COP30 is going to be the culmination of these global efforts. And we're also planning to have a high-level side events in Belém to showcase these initiatives. And of course, this is an open invitation to you all, the audience here, also people online, to stay tuned because this call to action will be released soon. And we are glad to see that many stakeholders have already expressed interest in sending proposals, and will be, of course, available for any follow-up as needed.
Thank you so much for opening the doors of COP30 also to this community working on information integrity. It's really, really important.
I felt like if I go without responding to that question from, I think it's an online audience, who asked about where there's lack of data, the global south, then what do we do? Well, this is a challenge that emerges from a trajectory of orality, because Africans are oral by nature, but it doesn't mean that they are not climate experts. And for example, the Ogiek community in Kenya, a community that is known for preserving forests. So the the capitalistic way of looking at climate interventions really disregards their local wisdom on how to address the climate challenge using carbon credit programs that are more from global multinationals as opposed to grassroots approaches. So my suggestion would be, what are the grassroots approaches that we can find, through primary research? So as opposed to what we did, because we did a systematic review. That is not going to the field and engaging with the locality, so that you can dive into the local knowledge repository to get data that then can inform a practical, more meaningful practical interventions. And therefore, after you do that, you simply monitor and evaluate, iterate, and develop literature about it, so that it can guide your interventions going forward. Largely, that is what is lacking. So my suggestion would be that we need to look into ways in which we can partner with those who are capable of making us be in a position where we can co-create together, and then be able to use locally available resources and infrastructures to come up with data that can bring, for example, greening, just planting trees. It's not rocket science. But how many are we that are doing tree planting or maybe fruit tree planting at the grassroots level? We take it for granted. So it's time we stop taking those things for granted, we document them, and we see how those things can help us in finding our own knowledge and data about where we want to move forward with the problem of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Harriet, one last.
I will be very quick, and I'll answer the point about young people. So I talk about these issues quite a lot. And the last time I talked about these issues, I was on stage after a young woman called Adele Zeynep Walton, who has just written a book. And she wrote this book because her younger sister unfortunately took her own life after being served content online through exactly the kind of patterns that I've described that encouraged her to do so. And there is a crisis in the mental health of young people, and that is exacerbated by what is happening to them online. And I got very cross yesterday after a panel, I won't lie, because someone said we need to wait for regulation around this, and we absolutely do. We need regulation of this space, but people are getting hurt in the interim, and we need to do everything we can to move very quickly to solve these problems. And that includes helping our young people to feel hopeful about the future, releasing them from the systems that are addicting them, and pulling them online and helping them to despair. So I just leave you with that. We solve everything we talked about today, and we will also go some way to looking at the mental health crisis in young people today.
Thank you so much for these last remarks. There is a word that comes, and Eugenio mentioned, mutirao. I hope I'm pronouncing it all right. And really, I would like to take this word because information integrity, as you may have understood today, is a big house, and everybody is welcome to bring their own contribution to build that and make sure that we have access to reliable information, that we protect our youth, that we protect access to facts, journalists, activists from around the world. And really, I think that with this global initiative, with the fund, with the call to action, we have a very precious thing that will take forward and that will bring to COP, and hopefully beyond COP30. That will be, of course, crucial. Thank you so much for being with us today, and of course, we remain available. Thank you.